Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the June 15th, 2021 West Grey Council meeting. I am calling the meeting to order and identifying that all members of council are present and we have a quorum. At this point, Supervisor Hewlett, would you please explain the features of our electronic meeting and how our citizens can participate in our meeting this evening?
Good evening and thank you, Mayor Robinson. Before I begin, if you get disconnected at any time, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID for this meeting, which is 850-9797-1966. Both members of staff and council have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be raising their hands on camera physically to speak. For members of the public, if you require any technical assistance throughout the duration of the meeting, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, and I will attempt to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hewlett. On item number 2, moment of reflection, if you'd be so inclined to take a moment of quiet pause. Thank you. We are on item number 3, declarations of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. At this point, members of council, is there anything to declare? Recognizing that when you do understand that you have a conflict, that would be the most appropriate time to declare. Seeing none at this point, I will move on to item number 4. We are on delegations presentation. 4.1 is Alex Nyman, Durham Homecoming 2022. Supervisor Hewlett, could you please assist me? I want to ensure that Alex Nyman is present at this point. I thought I saw the indicator on my Zoom that he was present.
Yes, he is present and he does have his video on currently.
Okay, oh, very good. So I will scroll down and say, welcome, Alex Nyman. Thank you for being here. On 4.1, your delegation for Durham Homecoming 2022, we see the slide deck is here. I'm certain that our clerk has identified that the duration for the delegation would be 10 minutes. So please go ahead. We're looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, and good evening, everybody. Presenting here on behalf of the Durham Homecoming 2022, the Durham 150 celebration, tentatively planned for June 30th, July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of next year. I will apologize in advance. I know this is West Grey, but I will be referring to Durham as a lot. Durham a lot, as you know, this is the celebration of Durham and its 150th. We can go to the next slide there, Cody. So a brief history of Durham. Most of the people on the call are likely aware. Archibald Hunter is the founding father of Durham. He traveled northward on the Garifraxa Road up to the Soggy River. Agricultural and flour mill and grist mill were the main industries in Durham at the time, and it was later incorporated as a town in 1872. And then in 2000, Durham became a proud part of the Municipality of West Grey, along with Eaton, Newstead, and Elmwood. Next slide. So our executive committee members, we have 3 co-chairs, myself, Heather Wright, and Robin Ginrich. Becky Welts is our treasurer. Angela Bauer is our secretary. And then we have 5 directors. I apologize, I missed Kevin Eccles on there. But Stephanie Crilly, Dave Lawrence, Jim Aiken, Andrea Watson, and Kevin Eccles are directors, and Stephen Townsend is our member of council representative. I emphasize it's a pretty good mix of people in the community, different community groups, ages, everything. So we've got a good mix of young and old and experienced and unexperienced. So I think that's a big point of our committee. From that executive committee, we've broken off into subcommittees. You can see them all there. All the committees report to the executive committee, and a lot of the committees are chaired, the subcommittees are chaired by one of the executive committee members. So this way we broke it off into subcommittees to lessen the workload on the executive committee and to put people more where they're suited. You know, if they're sports people, then they're going to be in sports. If they're just want to help out the day of, then they're the ways and means and the volunteering. So we're putting people, you know, that maybe just want to help out here and there. They're on these subcommittees. So you can see them there: parades, foods, dinner, bars and security, entertainment, sports, fundraising, ways and means, decorating, and it goes on from there. Our logo, so it's kind of a repeat logo from the Canada 150th. We took their idea, made it our own. So obviously we're celebrating the 150th year of Durham as a town, and it incorporates Durham's colors were primarily blue and white with sports and everything, and also gold there to celebrate the 150th. And we've incorporated the Durham, the crest of Durham in the center part of the logo. So thanks to Helen Hopkins, she designed the logo and did all the artwork for us. So. The homecoming, I think it's sesquicentennial. I maybe said that incorrectly, but every 10 years, members of the community plan a town-wide event to celebrate the past, present, and future of Durham and its people. In 2022, we'll be celebrating the 150th anniversary of the incorporation of the town of Durham. The event right now is planned for June 30th till July 3rd, incorporating a special Canada Day celebration on the 1st of July. Durham has a rich culture of sports, agricultural arts, and small town living, and that's what we're here to celebrate next year. We welcome those who have left to come back and celebrate their hometown, and we also, some of us have never left or never planned to leave, so those will be people here celebrating as well. Draft schedule of events. So Thursday, opening ceremony, including a ambassador competition, a beard competition. There'll be a DJ and beer gardens and a teen or a tween dance. Friday, July 1st, food trucks at the arena, sports tournament, horseshoes or ball. We're not 100% sure on everything. And then the Lions Club is doing their annual Canada Day celebration with fireworks, kids activities, and then a dance with a band to follow after the fireworks. Saturday, July 2nd, we'll have food trucks again at the arena, a sports tournament, baseball or horseshoes. There'll be a parade at noon, sports clubs and school reunions, dinner at the arena, and a street dance and/or dance at the arena. Sunday, again, food trucks at the arena, a breakfast of some sort, community church service, Caesar Sunday, and then kind of closing ceremonies followed up with a shirt tail PJ party parade. A preliminary budget here. You can kind of see the breakdown of where we plan to make some profits. All in revenue, 250,000 roughly, an expense of 150,000 leaves a profit of around 100,000. Again, these are going off previous years. With COVID, prices have increased on a lot of stuff, and it also could decrease our participants. But this is a real rough breakdown based on previous years, and we've inflated things, for 10 years ago. Big ticket items there, some corporate sponsors. We're looking to bring in about 29,000 and about 50,000 in grants and donations from various different pots of money from federal and provincial grants. Fundraising goals. The homecoming committee has talked briefly about what our goals are, and our main goal is to invest the money right back into the community. we're looking forward to discuss with the municipality, Cody, the recreation supervisor, to determine a project that suits the needs of West Grey, specifically in Durham. And we're also working towards with other community groups. If we have a project that's maybe a little bit bigger than we can fund, we're looking to group with other community groups in order to be able to, a bigger purchase or a bigger fundraising goal. Some of the ideas we have talked about are accessible splash pad and a bandstand or a pavilion. I did talk to Cody briefly, but from a recreation standpoint, he says there definitely is a need for some of this stuff, and an accessible splash pad would suit the community well. So the request from the municipality at this point, we are looking to become an ad hoc committee of council to be included in the municipal insurance coverage for our homecoming event and any event we might do prior to any fundraising or preliminary events. And we'd like to have the municipality of West Grey, their finance department, operate all financial aspects, including tracking of accounts payable, accounts receivable, HST, and to provide a progress report. And our treasurer, Becky Welts, and the director of finance, Carrie Might, will obviously work hand in hand with that. Financial support from the municipality in an interest-free loan of $50,000 to provide seed money for the events. And this is obviously a repayable loan. It'll be paid off 100%. This is just to get us going, because a lot of our income, aside from any grant money or fundraising, will be all ticket sales and weekend of money. Homecoming would like to have control over how the profits are distributed after the event. Basically, we would like to see it go to our wishes for fundraising. And we're asking for reduced rental fees for the facilities for our event. Not knowing what rental rates will be at that time, we're going to leave that kind of open for discussion at that point. And I think that's it in a nutshell. We started this in January of 2021 last year, started planning. So it's been a long time in the works getting something together. COVID obviously played an issue with that, being able to meet. But since then, we've got together via Zoom, and we're getting the ball rolling here as we're just a little over a year away from the event. So it's going to take a long year planning, but we hope everything can go off smoothly. Obviously, we'll work towards having a full event as normal and as years past. But if COVID has restrictions, we'll work with public health on all those restrictions and policies. So, is there any questions or comments at this time?
Thank you very much, Alex Nyman, for the presentation. This homecoming for Durham certainly is a well-anticipated event, and we are certainly all looking forward to it. I do want to say that your presentation was most detailed, provided a lot of information, certainly realizing that you've done, you and the committee have done a lot of organizing up to this time, and certainly there's a lot of work ahead. Council and members of the public listening in, as well as Alex, you'll note that there is an item on 10.1 that speaks to request for the Committee of Council and Fundraising. And also later on, Alex Nyman has correspondence from the Homecoming Committee dealing with the West Grey Park. So that is later on in the agenda. Questions of clarity for the presenter, beginning with Councillor Shea and then Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you. Less of a question, and to the point that we are going to be discussing a number of other items that you brought up, Alex, later. I don't think you'll have an opportunity to speak at that point. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you and the committee for the work that you're putting into this. I'm sure it's going to be super successful, and I'm really looking forward to it. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson, Yeah, I'd like to thank the committee for all their work they've done so far. I think it's, let's look forward to an exciting time. I think people will be ready for a party by then. So I just a comment about the projects that you hope to fund through the fundraising. I like the idea of doing something up front. I know the previous homecoming committee really struggled at the end trying to come up with an idea of how to use that money and funds. So I like the idea, whether you do a survey or have some kind of public input, to be able to get feedback from the community of how they would like to see that money being used. So I think that's a great idea to get some kind of plan in place. I have a couple thoughts myself, but I won't get into that right now. The only other thing, and whether we do it now or whether we do it later, I'd really like to have our finance director speak to the third bullet about taking on the responsibility of all accounting. I'm curious whether she feels that she can handle that workload. So whether now is the appropriate time, or we're going to wait until we do the bylaw to ask Ms. Mighton how she feels about that position.
What I can say, Councillor Hutchinson, we could get a response from Director Mighton under the item 10.1.1. There's the correspondence that's asking for the homecoming to be part of a committee of council, and it talks about the financing activities around that. So we'll wait for that time. We'll just keep focused on the presentation, if that would be fine.
Okay, and can I just add one more thing?
Absolutely.
I see this as being very similar to what Ayton went through not too many years ago, and I would like to make sure that we sort of support it in the same means. And I know that on council, Councillor Thompson is the one that was our council rep, so he might have some input on that, but I imagine Director Mighton probably has all the ins and outs on what kind of fees and deals and that type of thing that we worked with their committee, because I see it as being something similar, and I would like to sort of treat it in the same means. So just a point of information there.
Well, thank you for all of that information. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to comment and emphasize a couple of things that the committee is doing and that Alex did comment on, and just to make sure that it's heard loud and clear. We are trying to involve as many in the community as we can, and that's not just to participate and have the party, that's also to benefit from it, to contribute to both the events and activities that happen, to work with them during some of the events like Canada Day, and also after the fact, as Alex pointed out, about when the items come up is exactly what it is. We've identified the municipality, recreation, other groups within the community that we will be working with to determine that. And Councillor Hutchinson's right. We really do want to know where we're going before we actually get to the end and not have to struggle at the end. We saw that, and the committee's working really hard to do that. Most committees, subcommittees have actually started meeting in a more detailed way to do detailed planning. So we are trying to involve the community and make it a community event. And you're right, we also will make sure that we follow the same protocols, the same policies and procedures that we've done for other homecomings, as well as other groups within the requirements of the municipality, whether that's bylaws, fees, etc. We're very important to make sure that we do that. That's a strong focus. So again, thank you, Alex. Appreciate the presentation.
Wonderful. And thank you, Councillor Townsend, for that additional information. And certainly, Alex, the sesquicentennial celebration of Durham homecoming is something to be proud of within Durham and all over West Grey and extending beyond our borders, because there's people that have moved on and then will be coming back. So it certainly will be a most wonderful celebrated event. And we look forward if you come forward again to our council meeting for any updates, but very, very much appreciate you being here this evening, almost like a launch or a kickoff to the event. So we appreciate that.
Okay, great, thank you, and thanks again, everybody.
Thank you. With that, we will now move on to item 5, members of council. So this is public meetings. Clerk Sharbach, could you please read the recommendation at hand?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that West Grey Council adjourns at 6:20 p.m. For the purpose of proceeding into a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act to review a proposed amendment to West Grey zoning bylaw number 37-2006.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving the motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding?
I'll second.
Are there any questions on the motion, members of council? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion has carried. We are now moving over to the public meeting. So I will call to order our public meeting for June 15th, 2021. All members of council are present and we have a quorum. On item number 2, declaration of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. I'm asking members of council if there's anything to declare. Seeing none. On item number 3, purpose of the meeting. Clerk Charbak, could you please explain the purpose of this meeting this evening?
Through you, your worship. The purpose of this public meeting of the Municipality of West Grey Council is to review an application for a proposed amendment to the West Grey zoning bylaw number 37-2006 and to allow interested members of the public the opportunity to ask questions or offer comments with regard to the application. Council will not make a decision on the application at this public meeting. Based on the recommendations and information received at this public meeting, an amending bylaw may be presented for approval at the regular council meeting. There is a public registry located online with Recreation Supervisor Hewlett. And if any member of the public would like to be notified in writing of the decision on the application, they are to provide their name and mailing address to Mr. Hewlett via email or telephone for the registry. A person or public body may appeal the decision if they've made an oral submission at this public meeting or a written submission to council prior to the passing of the bylaw. The local planning appeal tribunal may or may not consider an appeal from a person or public body if they have not made an oral submission at this meeting or a written submission to council prior to the passing of the bylaw.
Thank you very much, Clerk Charbak. On item number 4, ZA-07-2021, DJ Land Developments Limited. 4.1 application ZA-07-2021 DJ Land Developments Limited. You'll reference it's page 1 of the agenda. 4.2 Planner L. Spencer report. Prior to the presentation, Clerk Charbak, could you please read the recommendation? I will ask for a mover and seconder. We'll receive the presentation, questions from members of council, and then I'll call the vote. So having said all that, Clerk Charbak, to the recommendation, please.
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that council receive Planner Spencer's report and that the appropriate bylaw be brought forward for first, second, and third reading at a regular council meeting.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm moving that motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding the motion?
Councillor Hutchinson, I second the motion.
Questions to the motion? Seeing none? Oh, nope. I'm going to stop right there. We're going to have the presentation, as I said just moments ago. So thank you for the mover and seconder. We will now have the presentation from Planner Spencer, questions, and then call the vote. Planner Spencer, good evening.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So this application has requested a zoning bylaw amendment on the subject lands to permit the use of the lands for the construction of a 4-plex self-contained residential dwelling unit. The subject lands are currently vacant and contain mature vegetation. The subject lands are located on the south side of Lambton Street East and east of Rock Street. The property is legally identified as Plan 500, Part Park Lots 12 through 15, north side of Sadler Street. East, the registered plan number being 17R 670, Part 3, R Plan 17R 2124, Parts 7, 9, and 10 within the village of Durham, town of Durham, my apologies. A municipal address has not yet been assigned to this property. This property is designated as a primary settlement area within the County of Grey official plan and residential within the Municipality of Grey official plan. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment is to change the zone symbol on the subject lands from R1B, being low density residential, and future development FD to R3, meaning high density residential. Access to the subject lands can be obtained from Lambton Street East to the south and Sadler Street East to the Lambton Street East to the north or Sadler Street East to the south. All of the policies with respect to the provincial policy statement have been reviewed by staff, and staff are satisfied that this is consistent with the intensification policies of the provincial policy statement. Further to that, the subject lands are within a defined primary settlement area on Schedule A to the county official plan, and staff have defined through the planning report that this is also acceptable. The Municipality of West Grey official plan also defines the area as being an intensification component. Planning staff are also satisfied that the proposed application will provide an opportunity for intensification on services from the municipality, and there's no concern with respect to that regard. The Municipality of West Grey official plan zoning bylaw has been reviewed. With respect to that, at this moment in time, we do not have detailed design of the proposal coming forward at this point. And we expect that that will be reviewed by the applicant through their process of detailed design. As of note, the Planning Act does not permit the application for a minor variance without council's previous approval within 1 year from the approval of a zoning bylaw amendment. If it is the case that a minor variance may be required through detailed design, that's something that would come forward to council for a motion for approval for them to apply for a minor variance if that is the case. And that being said, that would be something that comes to council before any application would be accepted by the Committee of Adjustment. Planning staff have also received numerous comments from the County of Grey, which is generally supportive of the application. There is a comment with respect to the number of units on the property. If it's over 50, they will require a transportation impact study. That is not the case based on the applicant's information that has been provided at this time. The Soggy Valley Conservation Authority has also provided comment. There are some conflicting comments, and I will speak to those now, if that's at the choice of the mayor for me to kind of elaborate what that looks like.
Please continue. Yes.
Thank you. So there was some error in the initial comments that were received prior to the publishing of the agenda. So the comments were issued on June 9th. They did make reference to a different file, and comments are a little bit confusing. They were corrected today. Some of the comments are related to natural heritage features as well. And as far as the individual components from the municipal perspective, I do believe that there's some confusion in their recommendation that there are natural heritage features on the site when they also have indicated that that is not the case. Based on the mapping reviewed by the municipality, that is not the case. So those comments will be corrected and resent. So I will leave it to the discretion of council where that first, second, and third reading of that bylaw can happen. But there's definitely a discrepancy with those comments. We also had comments from MHBC planning in support of the application, and those were provided again after the agenda was published. They have no concerns, and I'll give you just a quick summary. They're in support of the application and they have no concerns with respect. They would like to see obviously a decision on the matter, and that is acceptable at this point in time and completely understandable from planning staff. I am happy to clarify further. I understand it's a little bit confusing, so if there's further matters of clarification that the council may have, I'm happy to assist with that. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Planner Spencer. Members of council, questions to our planner? Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Planner Spencer, for just capturing the more recent comments that came. Could you please just go over again? So the Soggy Valley Conservation Authority, they resent their comments and they had an incorrect reference in there to Hamilton Lane. So I see that's been taken out. But these comments were resent today, and you were just saying how they're going to resend them again, that there's still an error in these comments. Could you please just clarify? Thank you.
Absolutely. So thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, what the comment stated today was that they weren't satisfied that the natural heritage features of this property had been addressed. But they also circumvent that by also stating that there are no natural heritage features on the property. Based on my own investigation in terms of what this looks like, there are no natural heritage features on the property. So I just think it's an error, just a lapse in communication, and that's my position. It's not, we're all busy, so I'm sure it was just a lapse.
Thank you. No, I know there's so many applications coming in these times. It's hard to keep up. So just to clarify, natural heritage features would mean like woodlands and like that kind of thing. Because I note in your report, you mentioned how there's significant mature trees or shrubs or that kind of thing. Would that be what they're referring to? Through you, Mayor Robinson?
Certainly. Planner Spencer, please.
And so that is, there's a few conflicting items, unfortunately, within the comments from the Conservation Authority. And I apologize, I just did not have the time to pursue correcting all of them with the Conservation Authority today. But this particular property does have mature trees, which can be considered to be a natural feature. However, they are governed by the County of Grey tree cutting bylaw. So that's also a component. And I do believe that we're covering the basis with respect to what they can and cannot do, and the component of when it gets to the point of absolution in terms of them being able to develop. I would recommend that this site should be subject to site plan control, so we can control those features and understand how that looks.
I think we just have a stall out on the connection. I certainly know that Supervisor Hewlett will address the connection and whether Planner Spencer is able to come to log back in or dial in on the phone. Thank you for addressing that. Just wait one
Absolutely.
moment.
Just bear with me one moment, Mayor Robinson. I'll attempt to get Laura Lee reconnected.
Thank you. And while you're doing that, it's very much appreciated. I do want to say that Councillor Townsend, you're on deck, and then Councillor Hutchinson for questions. Thank you. Oh, very
Mayor
good.
Robinson, it appears we have Laura Lee back.
Wonderful. Thank you. Planner Spencer, are you able to just recap a bit before we lost connection and continue with your response, please? I would just ask your mute. Yes, thank you.
My apologies. Seems to
No
happen
worries.
every time you want to ask me a question. But,
No worries.
okay, so in essence, I do believe that we could revise the bylaw at this point in time to require the site to be subject to site plan control, which would be more motivational in terms of, rather than deferral of the application and waiting for revised comments. I do believe the comments were made in error and a carryover from a previous report. And that's my opinion based on the investigation that I've done at the municipal level with respect to that. And I would recommend that it would be in the best interest of council to pass the bylaw with that caveat inserted in terms of it is subject to site plan control.
Thank
Anything
you.
further?
Yeah. No, thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you for the explanation. Appreciate it.
Thank you. On to Councillor Townsend, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, Planner Spencer, I'm assuming that therefore the request to defer would be put aside by having the site control, and I just wanted your confirmation of that.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor, that's what I'm suggesting, that I believe that it was just an error in the comments received based on what I've looked at. So site plan control would address the component of the ability to remove.
Supervisor Hewlett, we'll call upon you again to assist with the connection. Thank you for being here, may I say.
Not a problem. It's what I'm here for.
Truly.
Just bear with me one moment.
Okay.
Point of order, Mayor.
Certainly, please go ahead.
Maybe can we suggest maybe Spencer just go without the video. Maybe that'll help.
Okay,
Just do the audio because it seems to be a routine problem.
very
if we can
good suggestion.
Try that.
Thank you. Supervisor Hewlett, please let us know when she has returned, and the first request will be for just going on the audio, not the video. Thank you very much, Councillor Hutchinson, for that. Hopefully that'll solve it.
Absolutely, Mayor Robinson, and that was what I was attempting to do in the back end here. It appears
great.
as though we have lost Planner Spencer from the call entirely.
Okay,
So
I
this may
expect
take-
she is quickly reconnecting. I will also ask, is there any other further questions? We do have Councillor Townsend's inquiry, then Councillor Hutchinson. I'll just ask at this point, are there any further questions? I will ask again, but just looking. All right, thank you. That gives me an indication. So just for everyone listening, once we have the questions satisfied by members of council, there will be a vote on the motion. Then we'll go on to hearing about the written comments, and then there will be an opportunity under 4.4 for verbal comments, not only from members of council, but members of the public. And then we'll hear next steps on the matter. So that's just a very quick overview. I'm hoping that was enough time to get our planner back in. Supervisor Hewlett, an update, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Our planner has just joined us via phone line.
Great. Welcome back, Planner Spencer, and good resource using your phone at this point. Thank you.
I apologize for the inconvenience.
Again, no worries. Are you able to recap, or would you require Councillor Townsend to restate his question?
So I can recap at this point through you, Madam Mayor.
Please
So
go ahead.
essentially, the application of site plan control would have some assurance for the Soggy Valley Conservation Authority, in addition to the municipality, that we are addressing those features. In essence, this type of development should be subject to site plan control regardless. And I do think this is the best way to move forward to give guidance to the individuals at the application component to move forward and continue with the first, second, and third reading of the bylaw at a regular council meeting. Thank you.
You still have the floor, Councillor Townsend. Anything further?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My next question was going to be to the clerk, and that was, I would be agreeable to, as mover, to revise the bylaw with an amendment to include the requirement for a site control feature, and present that to the seconder to see if Councillor Hutchinson also agrees, and just want to make sure we're following the right process to make that change.
Clerk Share, back to the inquiry, please.
Sure, through your worship. Thank you, Councillor Townsend. That's a good point. We don't need to do anything just yet in the public meeting. There's no decisions to be made here. But when we get to the bylaw portion of the agenda, I believe we've done this previously as well, added that note, amended a bylaw during that portion of the agenda to add that these lands are subject to site plan control. So we could do the same thing, that it's read as amended by adding these lands are subject to site plan control in that resolution in our regular meeting when we get done with this public part. Does that work for you? It works for me.
Townsend?
Sorry, I lost the connection for a moment, but I think I got the information I needed, and we'll proceed. That was all my questions, though. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson. So I'd just like to clarify this, a couple of things with the Soggy Valley report. First of all, they talk about an EIS, and I really think they're confusing this whole application with the Hamilton Lane one. But anyways, is there an EIS study going on in this area? Because they're saying there is one. I'm not sure if there is.
Planner Spencer?
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, therein lies the confusion. There is no environmental impact study being conducted on this site. It's simply a carryover from a previous report. So therefore, that's my recommendation for site plan control to be invoked versus deferring the application. I think it was just an oversight, quite frankly. Thank you.
Right. And so if I can just make reference to their paragraph just before the summary in the last response we got from the Conservation Authority, it says, the parcel is not within the Soggy Valley Conservation Authority's approximate screening area associated with Ontario Regulation 169-06. As such, development and or site alteration within this area does not require the permission from Soggy Valley Conservation Authority prior to carrying out the work. So to me, it says they don't even have jurisdiction. There's nothing there to worry about. So go ahead. So yeah, that's the confusing part I find is, but to me, they don't need to comment in this situation. So I don't see that as being a roadblock. Thank you.
Planner Spencer?
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, that is the concerning component of the comments. It does appear that they unfortunately are a carryover from another file with respect to Hamilton Lane. So my apologies for that, but I don't think it was intentional. I think it's just a case of there's a lot of files and the time maybe was a little bit off in terms of responding appropriately. I'm not going to throw certainly anyone under the bus in that respect, but I do think regardless of the fact of the error in comments, that invoking site plan control will also give assurance to the municipality to ensure that there's adequate parking and things of that nature on this site that will be effective going forward for the municipality's component. And I don't think that's harmful to the applicant to expect that that may have been a requirement regardless. Thank you.
Further, Councillor Hutchinson? All right, thank you very much. On to Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. To Ms. Spencer, is this characterized as a subdivision development? I believe there will be roads being built, which we would be later assuming. So does this go through the whole process of public hearings, et cetera?
Planner Spencer?
Through you, Madam Mayor, this is not classified as a plan of subdivision. Again, we have not seen detailed design. So at this point in time, it's simply to change the zoning. Should there be more than 4 lots going forward, they may be subject to a plan of subdivision. It's the detailed design that will really depict what that looks like. So invoking site plan control at a minimum will assure that those comments are addressed and those concerns when we see what the detailed design of the property looks like at that point in time. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. And so it's the number of lots, not the requirement to say, for example, develop roads, which would trigger that, if I'm understanding correctly.
Planner Spencer?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes and no. So again, we have not seen the detailed design. If there is an internal road, it also has a reflection. If it was a plan of condominium, that's something different and a separate application. If it was a common element condominium and that roadway was the components of that property, that's a separate application that would come forward in future. At this point in time, council is simply considering the change in land use to address that they're proposing a 4-plex. That does mean that they can't come back and ask for something different in future. As for my previous comment, once a zoning bylaw amendment is passed, they do have to wait 12 months before council can give approval for them to apply for something different in future, but that has to come through council. So at this point in time, it's 4 units and the detailed design of which we do not have provided by the applicant at this time, which I'm sure they're still in the process of determining the best approach and what that looks like for them. But site plan control certainly offers the ability for this to be something seen before council again, before a building permit could be issued or any other type of permit for that matter. Thank you.
So just one small follow-up. You said it's 4 units. I read your report as indicating 4 self-contained 4-plex units. I thought that meant 16 units. Could we get a clarity on that, please?
Certainly. Planner Spencer.
So thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. That is correct. Right now they're zoning to R3, but again, we don't have the detailed design to determine if it's just one unit of four plexes, or whether it's four separate units containing 4 units. We don't have that detailed design, but when they move to the R3 zone within the zoning bylaw, they do have the ability to have a little bit more density than you would have in an R2, certainly in more than an R1A or R1B. So certainly they have the flexibility, but again, without seeing detailed design from them at this point, I can't specifically answer that question for you to determine that they may ask for more in future. Moving to the R3 zone does give them some benefit to change their ability of what that density looks like for them going forward. That's where also, regardless of the SCCA comments, I think site plan control is probably a very valid reason to be invoked as part of this zoning bylaw amendment in light of all of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. Anything further, members of council? Seeing none, Clerk Sharbutt, could you please read the motion at hand then? That was moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson.
Through your worship, the motion is that council receives Planner Spencer's report and that the appropriate law be brought forward for consideration, council's consideration for first, second, and third and final reading at a regular council meeting.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion has carried. We are now moving on to 4.3, written comments received. 4.3.1 is Grey County. And I will address that first. And then I have a question to both Planner Spencer and Clerk Sharbutt. So Planner Spencer to 4.3.1 Grey County written comments. Anything further?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. The county comments are generally supportive of the application. As previously stated, if more than 50 units have been applied, the county is asking for a traffic impact study. At this point in time, that is not the case of what has been provided by the applicant for this particular application. There is a concern that there is some karst topography on the site. However, if full municipal services are provided to the site, the county has no concerns and will not require a karst review of the site in general. Other comments received, as previously stated, did come from the Soggy Valley Conservation Authority. They also were provided in support by MHBC Planning with respect to the application, and there are no concerns related to that, but they would like to be notified of the decision at this point in time. No further comments have been received, and we do not have any other application comments with respect from the public at this point in time, but I do see Mr. Trumbull is on the line, so he may have further clarification that he would like to provide to council at this time, or
So
at the appropriate time, I should say.
Yeah, certainly for Mr. Trumbull, I will be acknowledging you certainly under 4.4.2, the when we address public members. So I acknowledge that you are there, but thank you. Returning back to 4.3.1 on Grey County correspondence, and Planner Spencer, thank you for acknowledging that you've not received any correspondence additional. I will ask the question of Clerk Sharbutt. Have you received any correspondence? Because we certainly can receive correspondence up until the time of the meeting. So it's very prudent to ask the question. To you, Clerk Sharbutt.
Through you, Your Worship, the County of Grey comments are included in the agenda package. And as Planner Spencer noted, we have received comments from HBC Planning and from Soggy Valley Conservation Authority. And she's provided a review of those comments. That's it. We haven't received anything further since the agenda was published.
Thank you. Moving on to 4.4, verbal comments. 4.4.1, council members. Are there any comments at this point, members of council? Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just to say, I'm very supportive of moving towards higher density zoning. This is a really great opportunity for our community. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this development go through, and I have confidence with the site plan that you know, protecting the natural heritage features will be done in a good way too. So that makes me feel good. I did just want to clarify through you to our planner about the comments that we received from the HBC planning. They talk about wanting to put a restrictive covenant. Could you please speak to that, Planner Spencer? And is that something that is typical or something that should be entertained at this time? Thank you.
Planner Spencer, please.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, the question is not of opposition with respect to the comments from MHBC. It's more specifically related to the adjacent landowner who does not object to the zoning bylaw amendment application, but they want to ensure that there's issues related to land use compatibility, which essentially is a D4 guideline between industrial or more intensive land uses versus a residential use. So what they're asking to be considered, which can be addressed through a site plan agreement, is that there is an understanding that there is an active operation adjacent to them so that complaints can be minimized and something registered on title in terms of a site plan agreement. So there's no conflict between the two landowners and land uses. So that's something that can be addressed at a later stage, but I think it's also important that they brought this forward for their own consideration at this point in time. But that's not something that needs to be addressed as part of the zoning bylaw amendment application at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Planner Spencer. And you've answered my question that could be addressed at a different stage through the site plan. That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on now to Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, I just wanted to comment. Are we talking about the Murray Group, the letter from the Murray Group regarding their concerns with the development being close to an open pit?
Planner Spencer.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, it's the MHBC planning consultant correspondence that I believe you received as an addendum. And
right.
It's because they are concerned that the Walker Aggregate's the owner of the pit. So that goes back to the compatibility. What we don't want to have, and you can liken it to the same as a residential parcel being created in a prime agricultural, not a prime agricultural area, but a rural area. The compatibility in terms of noise and the effects of farming operations, in addition to aggregate operations, it's that the landowners need to be put on notice as they purchase the property to understand that these are already existing and approved uses that may impact their life, and they need to have that registered on title. So any future property owner will understand that that is the case and acknowledge that as part of the sale and transfer of land. Thank you.
If I may, Mayor. I just find that interesting that within that same area, there's going to be potentially more development at the end of Sadler Street, and potentially a seniors Rockwood Terrace is going to be built in that area. So I'm presuming that they're going to comment on the same thing in those areas, which is sort of interesting that that property was purchased and this is all happening. But anyways, I thought that was interesting that we received a letter in that nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, anything further with regard to comments? Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to follow up on the covenant request, et cetera, I am aware through my past involvement in other communities that when you don't put a covenant on and it isn't placed properly, you can get into some pretty severe objections and bad feelings and real issues that take a long time to heal if they ever do. People have left homes because of it, and so the idea of having them up front, I think, is excellent. I think then the owner knows what they're getting, they know what's in the area, and I'd rather be as transparent as we can. And I was pleased to hear Planner Spencer say that we will deal with that and can deal with that through the site control process, because when it hasn't been dealt in past communities have been involved in, it has come back to haunt not only the resident, but also the municipality in the sense of council and their support staff. So I'm pleased to see that happens, and I would welcome if that means other areas we're developing in the same area or elsewhere, if we take the same approach to make sure transparency is there and there's no surprises when people do buy property or homes in an area. So thank you. I just wanted to share that.
Well, thank you for sharing. And I'm just double checking with Planner Spencer. Is there anything you needed to add with regard to Councillor Townsend's comments?
Well, thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, in essence, that captures the reason why site plan control is important in this location and also in many other locations in terms of the compatibility of land uses and ensuring that is acknowledged upfront, registered on title. So the property owner and the adjacent landowner that has an existing use, that there's no conflict going forward for the municipality to have to deal with in a different manner. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, members of council? Seeing none, we will now move on to 4.4.2 public members. Supervisor Hewlett, could you please explain how a member of our public can participate in this public meeting?
Absolutely. Members of the public wishing to participate during this portion of the meeting may do so in one of two ways. The first being, if you have joined us via the phone line, you can press *9 to raise your hand, and that will let us know that you would like to speak. Alternatively, if you have raised your hand in error, you can press *9 again to lower your hand. The second option, if you have joined us using the online Zoom system, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, either stating that you would like to speak or stating what you would like read for the record.
Thank you, Supervisor Hewlett. And to begin with, we see Dawn with a raised hand. I wonder, Supervisor Hewlett, could you please open the mic? And hello there, could you please state your name for the record and your verbal comments, please?
Can you hear me?
Yep, please go ahead, Don Trumbull. Hello.
Yeah. Don Trumbull here. Just responding to there will be a site plan agreement and whatever that requires. I don't know where it's going to be for. I want to do townhouses, blocks of 4. That's what I plan on doing. So we'll enter into a site grant agreement. I didn't want to go ahead and spend a lot of money if I couldn't get the proper zoning. So that's my my intention, and there'll be lots of input asked from council and from and also from neighbors. I will, once this is done, I'll definitely involve the neighbors and tell them what my plan is. And if there's any objection, I will deal with it before I come forward to you guys, because I live here and I hope to live down there. My next step will be from there to Rockwood. It's nice and close. So just thank you for listening. But just to make it understanding, I will be going for a site plan. And we've started a little bit of stuff, but the zoning is the most important.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate the comments. Supervisor Hewlett, I'm now seeing Josh Eccles. Could you please open his mic? And good evening. Please go ahead, Josh Eccles.
Good evening, everybody. Josh Eccles. Just a neighboring person to or property owner to the zoning bylaw here. It's come to a surprise to us that the land behind us was all of a sudden sold with no notification to us, and being that it abutted to railway, older railway land that we weren't given the opportunity to purchase, which I thought was the way the railroad land was supposed to be. And we're just worried about the nature behind us. There is some fairly mature cedar forest, or bush, I would call it, back there. It is a large area of bush that nature does use. Being in town, it is very pleasant to see turkey, deer, pheasants, everything running around in town, which you don't usually get to see. But the main reason is that we just weren't notified of the land being sold. I was attached to the notifications from West Grey Council when that did come up, and all of a sudden it was sold and we had people surveying. It just kind of come as a surprise to us. So just the main question is why weren't we notified? And being that it does abut to railroad land, how come the property owners abutting to it weren't given notification or an opportunity to purchase that land?
Well, thank you for your question, and let's have a clarification, either through Planner Spencer or Clerk Sharbuck. Planner Spencer? Or
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I would defer this question to the clerk's department. I'm not entirely certain what Mr. Eccles is referring to
Okay.
with respect to notice of sale. So I will defer
Thank
to
you.
Clerk Sharbuck on that point.
Clerk Sharbuck, please.
Thank you. Through your worship, I will have to look back in our records to see when the land was owned by the railroad. It wouldn't have been ours to give notice of, is my understanding. I'm not sure who it was purchased from, actually. I'll have to look back in the records.
Okay.
And Mr. Eccles, if you leave your contact information with Cody Hewlett via chat or email, then I can get back to you tomorrow with some answers on that.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Clerk Sharbuck, and thank you, Josh Eccles, for your comments. Supervisor Hewlett, I am not seeing any other citizen who would like to participate in this portion of the public meeting, but could you please just take a double check? And if you've also, the second part to my question is, have you received any chat or email messages at this point?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. At this time, you are correct. It does not appear as though there are any other individuals wishing to speak at this point, nor have I received any correspondence personally.
Okay, I'm just taking a final look. All right, thank you for that. So with that, we will move on to 4.5, next steps. Planner Spencer, please.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, the next steps would be for the bylaw to be brought forward to council at a regular council meeting for first, second, and third reading, with the caveat as discussed that the agreement for site plan control to be invoked on the property as part of the zoning bylaw amendment. Following that, and no appeal period within the 20 days required from the notice of decision, the applicant will be permitted to move forward with more detailed design with the municipality and proceed to a site plan control agreement, and further subsequent to that, building permit application. Thank you.
Thank you. So that takes care of 4.5, next steps. We're now moving on to item number 5, closed public meeting. Clerk Sharbuck to the recommendation.
Through your worship, the recommendation is that that the public meeting is now closed at 7:03 p.m.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding the motion?
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. This will conclude this evening's public meeting. We will now go back to our council meeting. All right, welcome back to our council meeting. We are now on item number 6, having completed item 5 already. So item 6, comment period. Again, Supervisor Hewlett, would you please explain how a member of our public can participate in our meeting this evening?
Absolutely, Mayor Robinson. Members of the public wishing to participate during this portion of the meeting may do so in one of 2 ways. The first being, if you have joined us over the phone line, you can press *9 to raise your hand, and that will let us know that you would like to speak. Alternatively, if you have raised your hand in error, you can press *9 again, which will lower your hand. The second option for members of the public who have joined us using the online Zoom system, you can either send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, either stating that you would like to speak or what you would like read for the record. Alternatively, you can also raise your hand.
Thank you, Supervisor Hewlett. I do see that Sue Papineau would like to comment. I wonder if you could open her mic, and good evening.
Good evening, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak. On tonight's agenda, I see that there is a parks plan, West Grey Parks and Garden Plan. Just a couple of comments on that. In looking at the plan, I would say that at best, I'm seeing this as a leaking bandage plan for, at the very best, for the parks in West Grey. I have to question those who are listed on this plan as being in consultation. Do any of these people that are listed as being in consultation have any background in horticulture or landscaping whatsoever? I know that many of these parks, the soil conditions are at best sand and mulch. And looking over this plan, I see that it is just a weed and mulch, weed and mulch, weed and mulch. This is not a plan going forward. It is a bandage. And I think it's time this council stepped up and stopped putting a bandage on this issue and started a real plan on what's going to be done. This isn't it. Durham Homecoming is in 2022. What's the plan going forward for these parks in 2022? Not just for Durham, but for all of West Grey. Is this what we want the public to see coming into Durham next year during the homecoming? It's, I think that consultation, I think as council, you really need to seek consultation from an expert, from a trained professional on how best to manage the parks, not just a plan. I understand that there are only 2 seasonal employees hired to do this. And when you look at this plan, is there any way these 2 seasonal employees can even begin to accomplish this plan? I don't think so. So I'm very dismayed by the plan. I hope that council will push to have something further done, a more comprehensive plan, maybe reach out to community members to see if there's any other ideas. The tennis court, reading the tennis court plan, that is totally unacceptable. That is not a plan for the tennis court gardens. So, but thank you for hearing my concerns. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for all of those comments. I know they were heard by council and staff. I very much appreciate your participation. Sue Papineau. Okay, so I'm seeing now a phone with the last 3 digits, 142. Supervisor Hewlett, could you unmute the mic and that individual? Good evening, and could you please state your name and your comment?
Hello. Oh, hello. It's Marion. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's Marion Ratcliffe here.
Good evening.
Hello, everyone. I'm looking to comment on item 10.1.2, the correspondence from Chris Palmer. And I just want to share, I am in favor of the recommendation to move forward on the development of a dark sky policy with the goal of hopefully eventually creating a bylaw. I am not the only person in West Grey who cares, and I hope you see from this letter that it's important to others and needs to be addressed. The recommendation refers to staff, but it's my hope that the Dark Sky Committee will also be involved in policy development. We've asked developers to be dark sky friendly, but provide no guidance or definition on what that means, leaving them to decide for themselves what to do. And I've voiced my concerns to council and at public meetings in the past. I've asked questions about what standards are being used by developers, including for the Bruce development, and have yet to receive a response. The lack of information leads me to believe that they are doing the same as has been done in the past: no change, no improvements, no efforts to ensure that the development does not add to the current light pollution levels. In 2016, West Grey made a dark sky proclamation. In 2019, West Grey declared a climate crisis, and in 2021, nothing has changed. I was less than impressed when I heard the reaction to council to the recommendation from the Climate Action Advisory Committee at the June 1st meeting, and I'm disappointed in our current council in that I see a group who says they support environmental protection, but seems unwilling to actually do anything to set an example and make a change. And I'm hoping tonight that I hear better discussion over this correspondence from Chris. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you very much, Marion Radcliffe, for your comments. It would be wonderful when we get the Dark Skies Committee back in operation, and certainly deal with the suggestion of education so that we can provide that information out to our citizens and link the climate action plan to that. Thank you very much. Marg Crowder, you are next. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for the time. And I generally consider myself a half full type of person, so this isn't easy when I come to approach council. And I guess the one thing, I have two things to comment on, and one is number 14, your notice of motion and training session that is being suggested. And I would hope council give quite a bit of time and consideration before they just rubber stamp this motion and look at options, cost, and time. Regretfully, every week we hear on national news that we have sad events related to racism, anti-oppression, diversity, and certainly the Aboriginal peoples. But before, I mean, we talk in, it addresses that we call upon federal, provincial, territorial, municipal governments. I would hope that if you're going to go ahead with it, that you would tag on to perhaps Grey County or some other municipalities that might host an event. But personally, I don't think it's a priority. Every meeting, or I could name off so many things, but we just heard about the parks and the work that's not happening there. We've watched council meetings and seen from some staff some limpy reports. Way back in March, we asked concession 2 people, requested a public meeting about the bridge and about the safety issues that needed to be addressed. And that public meeting hasn't happened. We're living in dust and bumps and whatever out here. And you don't seem to have time for us. And just last night, I listened to Committee of Adjustment, and the chair, probably 2 or 3 times, rushed the meeting on because there was time limits. And meanwhile, it is the opportunity, that's when public have the opportunity to speak. You push us away. So I'm suggesting that maybe some of the first training that you should have is to learn what's going on in your municipality. For West Grey, find out what's happening. Maybe it's time that I suggested it months ago, get out and have a look around. And the staff get to know their municipality a little before. I could list off many things. And the other comment on is that we have missed Councillor Hutchinson for several months now, and I see she's not here again. And I have sat through some meetings where when you have 6 people voting, it does not make for real productive voting, or maybe the fairest system of voting when you have introduced a motion and it's split 3-3. It isn't the best way to go. And Councillor Hutchinson is elected by the ratepayers of West Grey. It's not the same as a staff person with confidentiality. So I think you owe the ratepayers of West Grey some kind of announcement, or something at some point. You need to make a statement when Councillor Hutchinson will return, or how long her absence is going to be, and what your plan is for that. Anyways, I know you have a busy meeting, you've had a long public meeting, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark Crowder. I do want to say that there was a consultation, public meeting with regard to the Lance Bridge not too long ago.
Yeah, that is not what was requested by the ratepayers.
Certainly.
We were promised that there would be an environment.
Mark Crowder, I'm just providing some information. I'm certainly not going to debate with you. you know, and I'm looking just for clarity, and I do
Okay.
respect your comments, most certainly. But I just wanted to identify that, that a public meeting was held with regard to the Lance Bridge. That certainly is part of the process when we're dealing with the bridge. It's so noted. We will look for a report, or when that, pardon me, when that meeting can take place with regard to citizens and our council and Director of Infrastructure and Public Works. I just want to say there was just a couple things. Councillor Hergert is on, we have, it's what's called the leave of absence that was requested and approved by this council. So the duration of time is ending, and we should hear back from Councillor Councillor Hergert on her return. That was announced back in February, I believe. And I just want to see if there's any other note. Oh yeah, you just made a comment with regard to the item that we're considering this evening under notice of motion. Staff tried very hard in their reports, and we certainly don't consider them limpy for certain. But your comments are well received, so I do appreciate that. With that, I would ask Bev Falco, do you have some comments, please?
Good evening, Council. I am here just to comment on the letter that Chris Palmer has sent to Council regarding dark skies and what we're going to do about it in West Grey. I do think it's an issue that needs attention from the West Grey Council and from the staff. There are more and more building permits going on. I think the planner is extremely busy these days. We're trying to mitigate the glow from residential areas that happens all over, and keep our dark skies intact. It's one of the primary tourism features of our area. And as soon as we allow more and more lighting, because Don Tremble's here also, and I know he's a well-respected builder in the area, I'd like him to also consider possibly the lighting on the new houses that are being built, especially the outdoor, obviously, lighting. In particular, lights that light up the walls, basically. I'm not really understanding the purpose of those. But I think if we could all give a little more thought to our outdoor lighting and the effect it is having on the atmosphere, on the birds, insects, nature, there's so much more to it. And as the mayor indicated, she wants the Dark Sky Committee to educate. It's not that difficult to understand. The information is all there if you look for it. I'd like you to highly consider his letter, and possibly, since the Dark Sky Committee wasn't able to get action happening, maybe a private resident will be able to, and I certainly hope so. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Bev, for your comments with regard to dark skies. Just want to make one more point. I just looked at my notes. The Committee of Adjustment meeting yesterday, the comments were to ensure that all members of the public have an opportunity to speak, and whether they're for an application or opposed to an application. So that's very important, that citizens are able to speak for how they wish on the applications that are before us on a particular agenda for Committee of Adjustment. Just didn't want to lose sight of that comment. Supervisor Hewlett, I see Karen and Chris. I wonder if you could please unmute, and could you please identify who you are?
Oh, hello, Mayor Robinson. It's Chris Palmer.
Oh, hello, Chris Palmer. How are you?
I'm going to have to fix this. Karen and Chris. Of course, Karen's my wife, and she does always come first. So, but maybe I should amend that. I didn't intend to comment on the specifics of my letter, but I appreciate that others have commented. So I thought I was going to wait until later on in the agenda to say a few things. What I wanted to say was a big thank you to staff and to council for receiving my correspondence. And I want to let you know that I feel optimistic that you will agree that the time has come to seriously consider and act on dark sky policy. By doing so, you'll be helping to ensure the many benefits of a natural night sky, and to have that continue here in beautiful West Grey. And I appreciate your time and attention.
Well, thank you very much, Chris Palmer,
Those are my
and
comments.
for speaking ahead of the correspondence that you've submitted. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Very active comment period, and which it's what it's all about. Comments from our citizen, whether it's for clarity or just obviously to speak on the items on the agenda, items that are germane to the agenda. Supervisor Hewlett, is there anyone else that wishes to speak, or have you received any emails?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. At this time, just taking a quick review. I am not seeing any other members of the public wishing to speak at this point.
Great. Okay, with that, we'll conclude the comment period, but my goodness, I certainly enjoyed the comment period and encourage members of our community to utilize the section of the agenda. Thank you. Under item 7 now, unfinished business. Before I go any further, you've got your hand up, Councillor Townsend. Sorry, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, Councillor Hutchinson here. I'm just curious, is there any reason why we couldn't move our closed session to the end of the meeting so that the public doesn't have to wait until we come back from closed session? Is there some immediacy that would be important there?
Yeah, you'll reference that these are unfinished business items. So it's properly before us under this section. These are items that we need to address. The clerk has followed the procedural bylaw when we look at this section, and this is the most prudent space for us to address the matters. And keep in mind, maybe the discussion will go rather quickly. Who knows? But I would suggest that this is the appropriate spot for this item.
Okay, that's fine.
But thank you for the question. 7.1, a closed session from June 1st, 2021. Madam Clerk, could you please read the recommendation?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey does now go into a closed session at 7:23 p.m. with the CAO, Director of Administration Clerk, and Director of Finance Treasurer for the purpose of addressing personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, matters pertaining to a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, and to receive information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province, or Crown agency of any offense.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving this motion?
I'll move.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, this is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will second the motion.
Questions to the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. This motion has carried. So we will now go into a closed session. Upon our return, we will deal with the
Hi, Councillor Shay. Did you accidentally get removed from closed session, or will the rest of the group be?
No, no, I left intentionally. They're going to be along in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
pardon me. Thank you. It's Mayor Christine Robinson here. I'm just looking to see if we have all members of council. Yes, we have all members of council present and staff. So we are now dealing with 7.2 report from closed session. And I would like to report that in closed session, council addressed matters pertaining to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, matters pertaining to a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any regulations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, and to receive information explicitly supplied in the confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province, or a crown agency of any of or a crown agency of any of them. I would also like to identify that direction was given to staff, and I am looking to see if there is a motion regarding a committee appointment at this time. Is there a motion at this time from any members of council? Councillor Hutchinson?
Sure, Councillor Hutchinson. I guess at this time, I would like to make a motion that we add Stephen Morrell to the Economic Development Committee.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
Thank you. Clerk Charbot, could you read the motion, please?
For your worship, that council hereby appoints Stephen Morrell to the West Grey Economic Development Committee.
Any questions? Seeing none. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 5 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. Thank you. And at this point, members of council, it's 8:20. I'm wondering if we will take a break till 8:35, perhaps. That gives a 15-minute, or if you're looking at an 8:30, I'm at your discretion. But I think we've been sitting here for a fair bit of time. We've had a lot of discussion, a lot of input from our citizens. I think a break is necessary. Are you looking for a 10-minute break or a 15? I'm looking for some feedback. 15? Yeah, okay. I'm doing a scan, so we'll come back at 8:35. And please turn your mic and your camera off. And for citizens, we'll see you back at that time as well. Thank you. Hi there, it's Mayor Christine Robinson, and it is 8:35. I'm wondering if we could have the recess screen taken off and have the gallery screen for members of council and staff and citizens. Thank you very much. I'm just confirming. Madam CIO, are you there? And can you confirm, or Clerk Sharvak, that we have the staff we require? Yep, is that correct with the thumbs up? Okay, and I'm just looking for members of council, 4 and 2. So we have all members of council present, so we're called back to order at this point. I hope you enjoyed your break. We are now on to item 8, adoption of minutes. And that is, pardon me, 8.1 minutes, council meeting June 1st, 2021. Any comments? Okay, nothing on this. Clerk Sharvak, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to note that the minutes have been amended very slightly with a couple of corrections since the agenda's been published. The first correction is the spelling of Marion Ratcliffe's name. And the second is noting that Mayor Robinson called for a recorded vote on item 9.1. And I had it noted that it was Councillor Hamilton. So it will be, the resolution will be to adopt the minutes as amended.
Thank you. And you're speaking of 9.1, the Climate Action Advisory Committee draft minutes and the resolution that, or the recommendation that was contained in those minutes for action by the Climate Action Committee. I ask for a recorded vote on that. Thank you for having the clarification to ensure that the minutes are accurate. Anything further, members of council, on the June 1st minutes? Thank you. All right, now 8.2 minutes, public meeting June 1st, 2021. Any comments or questions on this, members of council? Clerk Sharvak, are there any amendments to this? No? All right, thank you. So
No.
then, on the recommendation, Clerk Sharvak, could you please read it, and I'll ask for a mover and a seconder.
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that council hereby adopts the minutes of the regular council meeting and the public meeting of June 1st, 2021 as amended.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving the motion?
I move.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor, did I see your hand as a seconder?
Yes, you did, and Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
Then all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. Moving on to item 9, committee and board reports. 9.1, Accessibility Advisory Committee, minutes of April 28th and June 2nd, 2021. There are 2 recommendations here. Clerk Sharvak, could you read the first recommendation, please?
Through you, Your Worship, the first recommendation of the Accessibility Advisory Committee is that council hereby approves the West Grey Local Accessibility Advisory Committee's recommendation that a letter of appreciation be sent to Elephant Thoughts for their meaningful work addressing accessibility in their programming in our community.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you moving the motion?
Yes, I'll move that motion.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding the motion?
I'll second.
Questions? Seeing none, oh yes, Councillor Hutchinson.
I realize that we're looking at the second recommendation, that we didn't really talk about the others. Are we going to mention the other recommendations?
So
Or
what
not?
we're dealing with now, Councillor, and just for everybody, we're dealing with the first recommendation at hand. We're dealing with that separately, and then we'll look at the second recommendation to see how council wishes to deal with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shea?
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson might have been referring to the fact that in the actual minutes themselves, there is a recommendation that came before this recommendation that The committee expressed disappointment that funding for the Durham Town Hall accessibility renovation was not successful, and expressed hope that a way will be found to move the project forward. I wasn't certain that that was actually a recommendation because it didn't have any action attached to it, but I did want to draw council's attention to this wish expressed by the committee. And maybe once we've had our committee training from Clerk Sharbeck, we'll be better at these sorts of things. So I'm hoping that perhaps that clarifies the point that Councillor Hutchinson was making.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. To the motion at hand, does anybody else need it read? Councillor Hamilton?
Just a point of clarification through you, Mayor Robinson, to Councillor Shea. Is the recommendation asking that the municipality send a letter, or is the recommendation asking that council, I don't know, says it's okay for the committee to send a letter? If you could just clarify, please, and thank you.
Yes, I think the thinking was that council would send a letter. I think committees recommend to council and council recommends to staff and the letter gets sent.
Very good, and thank you, Councillor. Any further questions on the motion? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. We're now dealing with the second recommendation that's listed on the agenda. Clerk Sharbeck, would you mind reading that?
Through you, Your Worship. The second recommendation is that council hereby approves the West Grey Local Accessibility Advisory Committee's recommendation that West Grey Council consider appointing a new member to the committee to replace a recent vacancy.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm moving the motion.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding?
I'll second the motion.
Questions? This certainly is an opportune time to start the advertising for this committee and other committees. So thank you for bringing this forward. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council voted in favor. This motion is carried. 9.2 is the Commercial Beautification Committee minutes of January 21st and May 27th, 2021. Any questions, comments? Councillor Hutchinson?
Maybe I'll defer it until later when we talk about parks. Will we have another opportunity to talk about flowers? Because I just want to raise the point about the bridge.
So we're, this is probably the time to do that because the rest of the time is dealing with the parks report or the parks report.
I think it's worth noting to the public that we weren't successful in getting a tender for the replacing the railing on the Faxer Bridge, and therefore that'll be pushed off until later in the year for tendering, but which means that we will be putting flowers on the railings on the bridge. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And Madam CAO, do you have the time frame?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to council and the public. This is actually one of the reports that the Director of Public Works is bringing in when we get to item number 11.
Yes.
But the baskets, as I understand, are being prepped and they will be hung before the end of the week.
Very good. All right, Councillor Hutchinson, anything further?
Oh,
thank you. Thank you, Madam CAO. Pardon me for that. All right, I will move on from this item and go to 9.3, Durham BIA Executive Minutes of May 27th, 2021. Any comments? All right. 9.4 is the Elmwood Community Center Board Minutes of May 4th, 2021. Again, I'm asking council, is there any questions or comments? All right, seeing none. Prior to the recommendation, this is the time that I ask members of council if there are any other reports that you wish to verbally bring forward with regard to the committees or boards that you represent West Grey Council on. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I just want to report the Water Resources Committee. We did have a meeting this morning at the Durham Upper Dam. We met for 3 hours this morning. We made some recommendations which will be sent to the Conservation Board on Thursday for them to make a decision on it. And from there, that correspondence will obviously get back to our council. Just want to let everyone know we are working on the issues over there, so there's just nothing to disclose at this time until they get passed at the board level. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of council wish to report out? Okay, Clerk Scharbeck, to the recommendation at hand.
Through your worship, the recommendation is that the minutes and reports of the committees and boards are be received.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll move the motion.
I believe I saw Councillor Hamilton as the seconder. Is that correct?
Yes, I'll second.
Questions? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. This motion is carried. We're on to item 10, correspondence. 10.1, items requiring action. 10.1.1, Alex Nyman, Homecoming Committee, request for Committee of Council and funding. Clerk Scharbeck, to the recommendation, please.
Through you, your worship, this was a recommendation provided by a member of council to me following the emailed correspondence report. That West Grey Council hereby supports the 2022 Durham Homecoming Committee by A, appointing a 2022 Durham Homecoming Committee of Council at a future council meeting. B, providing financial support in the form of an interest-free loan for the amount of $50,000. And C, providing reduced rental rates for facilities used to operate Durham Homecoming 2022 events and events leading up to homecoming.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm moving the motion.
Okay, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hutchinson seconds the motion, and then I would like to have a question.
Go right ahead then.
So this time I did ask the question earlier regarding the commitment of our financial director to support the, and I don't know if that's in here or not. Doesn't state it in this part of it, but they did state in the earlier presentation that they were asking for our director to oversee the financial workings of the homecoming. I don't see that here directly, but I'm curious of what her feelings are on that and whether we can commit that.
Yes, Director Mighton, please.
Yes, it's similar to what we did 10 years ago for the Durham homecoming and for the Normanby and the Elmwood and the, don't know if we did a Newstead one. But yeah, we just run the invoices through and then the receipts and we provide reporting back to the committee. So it's not a heavy amount of work involved. The committee still does approve any of the invoices and purchases so that we know that it's authorized by their committee and participation.
Okay. May I ask one more question, Mayor?
Absolutely.
And Director Mine, do you remember too, they're asking for rental fee, reduced rental fees. Do you remember what we did with Ayton recently in the last few years regarding theirs?
I hadn't looked up Ayton, but the last time we had done the Durham one, it was $1,200 for the weekend event for the arena facilities in total.
1,200 reduction or 1,200, which was the charge?
$1,200 plus any bartender and corkage fees, but $1,200 was the flat rate. And they were consistent, I think, through the other facilities as well in Ayton. But I can't say for sure because I did not look up the Normanby one.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we're sort of on board with what we've done in the past. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Further questions, members of council? Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just if I could volley this recommendation back to staff to see if they have any feedback or concerns about the recommendation. Thank you.
I will begin with Director Mighton, then I'll go over to Madam CAO. Director Mighton?
No concerns at this time. The historical, the other last time we went through this with all the different homecoming committees, they were all successful. So they all did profit, had a profit at the end of it. We received any advanced funds. We were paid back from all of that in the past.
And Madam CAO.
You, through you, Madam Mayor, to the Councillor Hamilton. I am relying heavily on the historical expertise of our treasurer because she has supported these committees in the past. I think often about the work for staff because I know that there's a number of staff that are really enthusiastic about having this opportunity to work with this particular community group and have such an impactful event for all of West Grey, and in particular to celebrate Durham. There is another opportunity that we could explore as a memorandum of understanding, like we did with the Lions Club for the bridge. But if the homecoming committee is interested in being a committee of council and securing insurance through the municipality, then this is the best way for them to do that. So I note that the recommendation is that we bring it back to a future council meeting. So what I would like to propose is that if this motion passes, we will work with the homecoming committee and bring that back at the next available council meeting. And then council will have support that staff have worked out how this could be a successful partnership.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Hamilton?
Nope, that's what I needed to hear. Thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Hutchinson, you still have your hand up. Did you have another question? No, thank you very much. Other members of council? Seeing none, then I will call the question. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. We are now moving on to 10.1.2, Chris Palmer, Dark Skies considerations. Clerk Scharbeck, please.
Thank you, through your worship. This was also a recommendation provided by a member of council that staff received the comments for the official plan and Bruce subdivision, and that a staff report be brought to a future meeting regarding dark sky policy options for corporate infrastructure, new development, and electronic signs in West Grey.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving the motion?
I'll move.
Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
Are there any questions? Councillor Townsend.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just a question for our planner. I know that there's been a commitment to look at climate change as part of the official plan review.
Yes.
And I think that's the starting point for this activity. And I just like confirmation of that and to what level that would result in. Does it in fact meet the need for what's being asked, or is there further work like zoning or even a separate staff report? I try not to create additional reports if in fact we are already going to handle it through other avenues, and that would be the staff report expected. And I want to be, again, transparent with the public to make sure they understand what they're going to get.
Thank you. Planner Spencer, please.
You and through you, Madam Mayor, and that is absolutely something that will be reviewed as part of the West Grey official plan with respect to Durham and Neustadt. I will caution that we don't really have the ability through subdivision control to deal with matters at hand other than requesting that it is a dark sky lighted environment. However, what we have to understand is once the plan of subdivision has been created, there is no preventative measures that would preclude from someone putting in security lights on their house that I think we can all appreciate come on when something is running by or something. We simply do not have the control measures in place to do so. However, there are dark sky lighting principles within the county official plan, and we all need to remember that the county is the one that is the approval authority of the plan of subdivision. I did speak actually when you were in closed session. I did speak with the agent working on behalf of the applicant of Bruce subdivision, and I did discuss that they need to address this in a report, and they've agreed to do so. So that will come forward. The extent of which we can legally obtain those components from them, but they are happy to address those issues and move forward from that component. And that will come back to council as part of the next review of the Bruce subdivision. Thank you.
Councillor, thank you. And Councillor Townsend, anything further?
No, thank you. That was it.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson. Yeah, I'd be in favor of hearing more and seeing more. I think there would be a good homework project for this committee to actually bring us some policy examples of what could maybe achieved. My concern is I don't want to slap restrictions so difficult that we turn development away. But I understand where they're coming from, and I agree that sometimes we overdo it when it comes to lights. But so I'd be interested in seeing what's out there in terms of policies, recommendations, and whatnot. And I think it wouldn't hurt for us to have some form of, these are the list of, this is what we're recommending in terms of lighting, and then at least the developers and the homeowners can look at that and say, well, yeah, we don't really need these lights, or we can do this to help meet some of the criteria. So I think we can do some work on that. I think we've always been interested, but we've never really had any meat. We've never had any substance to what we're recommending. So I think we need some substance so that we can say, fine, we're a dark sky community, and that's what this means. And look at here's some of our recommendations. So I'd be in favor of getting more information on that.
Thank you. Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I basically agree with Councillor Hutchinson, except that he said the comment of having the committee do the research. I think the recommendation in front of us is that staff would prepare a report. And I think that staff is much better equipped and suited to do this kind of research, to look up comparable bylaws and to investigate and report on options. So that's why I support it as written. I will just suggest that some comments have been made about developments, and I don't know, to what extent municipalities have any legislative authority in that regard. I'll need to be informed by our planner or others. But the recommendation also refers to corporate infrastructure. So that's the facilities which we own, I believe. Electronic signs, which I believe would probably be governed by a municipal sign bylaw, which lots of municipalities have. So I think there's all sorts of unpacking that can happen here. So what I would like to recommend is that, since the Dark Skies Committee is an advisory committee, that staff undertake this report in consultation with the Dark Sky Committee, which I believe Mr. Palmer is involved with. And I believe that he has some concrete bylaws in other municipalities that of the sort that Councillor Hutchinson was referring to. So if our staff is coordinating with our existing committees, I would be very in favor of seeing this report outlining what we actually can do. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Is there any further comments or questions? So Clerk Sherbrooke, would you read the recommendation, or the motion rather?
Sorry, through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that staff receive the comments for the official plan and Bruce subdivision, and that a staff report be brought to a future meeting regarding dark sky policy options for corporate infrastructure, new development, and electronic signs in West Grey.
Thank you. I just want to identify, Councillor Shea, is your hand to be down at this point?
If I could just comment, could I ask staff if my recommendation that they develop this report in consult with the committee is sufficiently clear, or if they would need that to be part of the motion?
Clerk Sharback, are you able to respond to that?
Through you, your worship, I think the direction is clear and you can amend the motion or I can make note of the comments.
I would be fine with that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. All right then. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. This motion is carried. We're now moving on to 10.1.3. Larry Murray request speed bump. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation.
Through you, your worship, again with the correspondence items, a recommendation that I've received from a member of council that this matter be deferred to staff to investigate the concerns raised and advise council of the outcome.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm moving the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
I'll second the motion, and I'd like to make a comment if I may.
Sure, go right ahead.
This is 10.1.3, right?
Yes, 10.1.3, Larry Murray requests speed bump.
Right. So my thoughts on this is Hunter Street, I believe, is a very short street, less than 100 meters. The gentleman makes reference to some illegal activity on the street. And so I think this needs to be referred to the police, first of all. And then secondly, I'm not sure if a speed bump with a 100-meter street would really be appropriate. I'm sure there's lots of people in the town of Durham and probably Nate and Newstead would love to have speed bumps on their streets. And if we start putting speed bumps on every street, then where are we? I think it becomes a real problem. So I'm not in favor of speed bumps, but I think there's definitely a need to do some monitoring. Maybe it's having some police monitor the traffic in that area and just maybe bring back some information after an investigation to see what's going on there. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Townsend.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. And further information the council should have is I did receive a call on this point. I did direct them to staff and the clerk in particular. Second of all, the discussions have been had with police, and I'm assuming we need to bring our staff in to that based on what I heard, and I'm sure the police will get involved in the discussion from the information similar to what you were sharing, Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you. All right, then Councillor Shea.
Thank you. Unlike Councillor Hutchinson, I am in favor of speed bumps. I think if people on small residential areas feel that speed needs to be reduced, we should put a speed bump on every street. Why not? These aren't thoroughfares. These aren't arteries that are connecting one part of the municipality to other parts of the municipality. Really, the only people who should be driving on that street are people who live on or work on that street. We've talked to the police several times about increased speed enforcement, and they've basically said they're doing all that they can. It's a huge municipality, and for them to enforce the speed limits across all 900 kilometers of road or whatever we have is just totally unrealistic. So I think we need to look at an engineered response, and I think speed bumps is one of several things that the traffic safety group looked at. That group, as I understand it, is winding up. Otherwise, I would have suggested referring this to that group. But since it's being the motion is to refer it to staff, I would think this should be referred to Public Works to investigate. Public Works did collaborate with that committee on exploring different options. So they may say there's a better option than speed bumps that we could install. Traffic narrowing or whatever. There's lots of things that that committee put on the table. So I'd like to see this specifically directed to Public Works when it says deferred to staff to investigate. Perhaps, does everybody understand that to mean Public Works? I heard somebody say this should be going to police. As long as we're talking about Public Works, I'm comfortable with this. Otherwise, I'd like to make that more specific. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. I'm going to go to Madam Clerk. When it is referencing staff, does it go to the appropriate staff, or as Councillor Shea is asking, are you looking for more clarity in the motion at hand?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Thanks for the question, Councillor Shea. It is good to get this clear right off the bat. When it references being directed to staff, that would go to the CAO, and she would choose the most appropriate staff person to respond. And in this case, it would probably be Public Works, would be the natural fit. So yes, we're good. You don't need an amendment, I don't think.
Okay, well, thank you for the question and the clarity. Is there anything further, Councillor Shea?
No, thank you for the clarity.
Okay. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If it was more desirable, I would have no objection to changing the motion to say Public Works.
Okay. So we can, Clerk Sharbeck, can we do that without an amendment? Because it is Councillor, let me see, it is Councillor Townsend's motion and it's seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. Do we need to do an amendment, or can it easily be put in for the clarity purposes?
Through you, Your Worship, it's really very clear to staff. So I don't think it's required at all. I think the CAO will support that. It's the direction is very clear.
Okay, we're good. We've got clarity on this. So we will get the report. Should it pass? All right. Are there any other questions before I call the vote? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I'd just like to suggest that I'm in favor of speed bumps in certain areas, like our school areas on Sadler Street and senior home and so on. But I think we have to be careful that we don't set a precedent here. I think if we say to everybody that complains about speed on their street and they want a speed bump, we've got 3,000 speed bumps coming into West Grey. So, and then people that drive aren't very happy with speed bumps because it really does create havoc. So I would suggest that it doesn't say that we're recommending speed bump. We're just saying for the staff to investigate, or Public Works to investigate and advise council of the outcome. So it'd be interesting to hear maybe what Public Works had to say about it. But I think we have to be careful when we start saying anybody wants a speed bump can get a speed bump on their street. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and I'll be very brief. We did discuss this and some other alternative traffic calming matters at the committee. Yes, it is winding down, but this speed bump was one of the things we discussed, and Director Sawinski was going to be looking into that and some other calming methods that we can use. So I'm agreeing with what Councillor Hutchinson is saying is, there is a cost. We haven't really figured out how it's going to affect our snow removal. As far as narrowing any streets or doing anything like that, again, that comes into play with snow removal, and those are things that the director is looking at. So I think this is a good spot to send it over to Director Sawinski and let him follow up on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask, because there's been some discussion around this, even though it's a one sentence motion, I'll ask the clerk to read it before we vote. But I can't ignore Councillor Hutchinson. You still have your hand up. I'm just acknowledging, is that for a question, or may I move on? Thank you. All right, Clerk Sharbeck, would you mind reading the motion?
Through you, Your Worship, moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that this matter be deferred to staff to investigate the concerns raised and advise council of the outcome.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council voted in favor. This motion has carried. We're moving on to 10.2 items for information. 10.2.1 Alex Nyman, Homecoming Committee, West Grey Parks. Anything at this point? We've got staff reports coming up in item 11 that deal with this. Okay. 10.2.2 Debbie Dillabro, West Grey Parks. Anything on, so pardon me, not thing, but any action in regard to this as it is for information? Okay, and then 10.2.3, Durham Horticultural Society, West Grey Parks. Again, dealing with an item that is on tonight's agenda and which is actually in the next section. Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, obviously I do have some comments. I'm sure other people do too. So, but I would defer until we have the report from our parks about parks. So I'd like to receive this information, just receive it this time.
So you're moving the motion to that all correspondence items not otherwise dealt are hereby received?
Yes.
All right, thanks. Sorry, Clerk Sharbuck, I read it at this point. Thank you. Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second that motion.
So it's receipt of the correspondence. Any comments? Councillor Hutchinson, you have your hand up. Is that from before? Thank you. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council voted in favor. That motion is carried. We're swiftly moving on to item 11. Staff reports 11.1, a Director of Infrastructure and Public Works. 11.1.1, Connecting Links Program, Garifraxis Street Bridge. Clerk Sharbuck to the recommendation.
Through you, your worship. Recommendation is that council receive report CAO Connecting Links Program, Garifraxis Street Bridge for information.
Thank you. The CAO wrote the report and our Director of Infrastructure will be making a presentation once we get a mover and seconder. So with that, is there a mover for the motion? Deputy Mayor, are you?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? I believe I saw Councillor Shea, but is that correct?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you. So now is the time for a presentation from our Director of Infrastructure and Public Works, Vance Sherwinski. Please go ahead.
Good morning, your worship, members of council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good evening. Please go ahead.
Okay, so certainly this is basically just a report to let members of council know that we went out to tender for the rehabilitation for the Garifraxis Street Bridge as part of the Connecting Links program. No bids. We didn't get any bids this round for tendering. And so essentially we would like to tender this fall for the work to be done next year. We have consulted with the Ministry of Transportation with respect to this. And we will be well within the confines of our agreement that the work can take place in 2022. So that's a bit of an update to this report. Essentially, we're going to make every effort to have the project, we'll tender for the project this fall with your approval and make every effort to complete the project in 2022 after homecoming.
Certainly, it's an important project. I'm looking for questions, if any, from members of council. Yes, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you through you, Madam Mayor, to Director Sherwinski. I'm just wondering, was do you think the challenge was the shortness of the period they had to respond and how busy they are? Or was it adequate time and it's just they're busy?
Through your worship, I think it is a couple of factors there. I think tendering a project like this, you know, in the late spring, early summer is a bit challenging. And a lot of contractors are underway with existing work. And so to take on the additional projects is kind of challenging. So a little bit of both. But I think primarily is, like I said, is just the timing. So moving forward, though, with respect to tendering this fall so that the work gets completed next summer, I think that would, we're making, I'm very hopeful that it's going to produce favorable results.
Further, Councillor?
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, so I'm sort of curious if this happened at this time, what's the possibility that we're going to be able to go ahead with the culvert at the south end of town? We haven't tendered for that project right either, and do you think the same thing might happen?
Director?
Through your worship, I think that that project is much smaller in scale, and it's very confined and succinct to one area. It's a replacement of a box culvert. we are we're going to make every effort to get that done this year as well. It may be challenging as well, given the timing of everything, but we are determined to make it happen.
Yeah, that would be great if we can get that one done, and that would be out of the way then. Thank you.
Further questions? Clerk Sharbuck, could you read the recommendation? I'll call the vote then.
Your worship, the recommendation is that council receive the report for information.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. This motion is carried. Moving on to 11.1.2 West Grey Parks and Garden Plan. Clerk Sharbuck to the recommendation.
Your worship, the recommendation is that council receive the West Grey Parks and Gardens Plan for information, and that council authorize staff to proceed with the Parks and Garden Plan for 2021, recognizing a potential budget variance to complete the plan.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you moving the motion?
Yes, I'll move that motion.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding the motion?
I'll second.
Okay, the presentation. This, Madam CIO, are you leading this presentation or is this Supervisor Hewlett? Please let me know.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, this was a shared report, so if it is okay with you, I'd like to start with Mr. Hewlett, and then when we get to operations and executing of the plan, that would be Mr. Sawinski.
Okay, very good. Supervisor Hewlett, please go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. As Madam CAO had mentioned, this report was written in combination between Director Shawinski and myself. Council will see the report in front of them. It is a high-level look at all of our gardens and park spaces within West Grey. Basically, our plan for this year is to just beautify the spaces to the best of our ability and get them into a place where we can ramp up next year in preparation for homecoming and just get them back up to where they need to be.
Sorry, I'm reading the report and following your presentation there. Thank you. And Dr. Shawinski, please.
Certainly. So in order to restore the parks and gardens that were previously maintained by volunteers, I prepared a plan here as far as moving forward with taking care of our gardens. And essentially what we've also done here is to basically inventory all of the flower gardens in Durham and in our other urban areas, and to give a basic condition assessment of them, and to give a basic brief scope of what we're going to be doing to these gardens moving forward, so that we can improve the look of our flower gardens in our community moving forward. And essentially that's basically the gist of the report as far as operationally what's involved.
Okay, I do have a question first, and is this plan just to deal with this season, and that you'll be coming back with a more comprehensive plan within a shorter time frame that will address our parks overall, or is it the intent of this report to serve as the pathway for our parks, please?
Those are great questions, Your Worship. Essentially, this is the plan for 2021, and moving forward in preparation for 2022. We're going to take notes. We're going to note any operational challenges moving forward, and so that we can build on this plan, and so that for 2022 and as we move forward, that we'll continue to build on our parks plan with gardens and bring those recommendations to council for their consideration.
Okay, thank you. We're seeing some questions. Councillor Hutchinson, then Councillor Townsend, please.
Yeah, so my thoughts on this, thank Cody and our CEO and Director Zawinski for people that got involved to do this. I've been on this for some time now about trying to get an inventory and trying to narrow this down to work with the parks and I guess we're really talking about gardens here that we can manage. So a couple of thoughts with this. I agree. Someone mentioned, one of the correspondents mentions about, putting mulch and weeding isn't really the answer. And I agree. I think we need to go back to some basics. And I'm not a horticulturist, but I think there's something simple as making low maintenance gardens where you use shrubs, grasses, perennial grasses, and hostas, for example, can fill a garden in, and there's very low maintenance, and they look good. So I think something along that line would help, especially as I look at some front of the arena where we really have very few gardens, and some of the other ones. So my thoughts are, why don't we? My first instinct would be, maybe we need to get a professional. Maybe we need to get a horticulturist to come in and say, give us an assessment of what do we got here for gardens and what we need to do. It makes reference to training our summer staff to, look after the gardens and whatnot, but it's very difficult. And even, I don't know with our staff what their horticultural background is for sure, but I do think that there are people even in West Grey that have horticultural background that could give us some very good ideas and say, do this with this garden and do this with this garden, and then we have something to work from. So I think that would help. The other thing is, I do think there's an opportunity for people in certain communities, sorry, my battery's dying here, people in certain areas to take on a garden and make it a community garden. So at a certain particular street, you could say, we're looking for a volunteer group that would like to look after this garden, and they look after it. And we've done that before in the past with the Horticultural Society, but the Horticultural Society is not in a position right now to help do that. They're limited in their staff and their numbers too. So I think there's opportunities to grow. I would like to see us get on top of it this year and not wait till next year, because with gardens and flowers, this is the year to get it looking nice. So next year they're beautiful. If you start next year in the spring, by the middle of summer, yeah, maybe they're starting to come along, but they're not where we want them to be for homecoming. So those are my thoughts. I think we're on track, but we need to do something big this year to make it happen. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Two things jumped out at me when I read this. One is the scope isn't clear, and I think we've had some discussion and some questions on that to try to identify it. I didn't even know, for example, whether we're doing something this year and we'll have to redo that same work, but differently next year, which means we're going to spend the money twice. The second thing is I have no clue what kind of money is being asked for. When the answer is we're going to have a budget variance, but there's no mention of number, we're setting ourselves up for approving a blank check. And that's not what I think council should do or must do. In addition, the fact that we're going to use next year's funds is not a trend I want to continue. We've done that 2 years in a row. And then every budget cycle, we realize we've got our hands tied because we spent the money last year and it's coming out this year. I think that's an approach we have to stop, and we have to do a hard stop. That's painful, and I know it won't necessarily get the right answer, but if we can't find a source for it, then we don't do it until the next budget. And that's a tough thing to say, because I'm a great believer in making the place look decent. In fact, my first direction would be, let's look at the entrances into West Grey. I mean, if we're not giving a good impression coming through those gates, if you will, think of them that way, then we're not doing anything that is going to improve what people think. About first impressions are really important. So if we were to say we're doing an inventory and we're even going to look at closing, certain shutting down, putting grass in, putting a tree in, whatever the case may be, where there's too many gardens and you can't maintain it. I'm not in favor of going to a volunteer group again. We saw that. We saw how they degraded. It's not something that I want to see tried again for that same reason. If it's sustainable, it's going to be a program that has to be managed. But I don't see this kind of direction from the report. So my concern is I can't support it because I don't know how much it's going to cost. It wants to use next year's money, which I totally am absolutely against in every way, sense, or form, except an absolute dire emergency, and I don't see that here. If we're going to do the job, let's do it right. Let's plan it right. Let's define it right, so council knows what it's approving and where the end goal is and over what time frame. If any money's going to be spent, that's where it should be spent. And then let's come in with that plan and ask council to approve it. And if there's 2021 activity, which I certainly hope there is, and there's funds that we can find, then let's do that. But we can't keep just adding to our list of activities. We don't have the money. We don't have the staff. So if we're told staff is too busy, then what are they giving up? Where's the funding there? Where can we take that? And so my recommendation is that we literally send staff back to have another look at it, to take the feedback they've received here, define the scope of work from start to finish, and what are you going to do in 2021? What's it going to cost and how are you going to fund it? Rather than ask council to go over budget when in fact we struggle to get down, and we'll only create another rock around our neck for next year when we come to budget. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Madam CAO, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for your feedback. I think one of the things that I would really like to repeat or highlight, if we haven't done a clear enough job, is that this year our focus is cleanup. We've had a wonderful opportunity to bring on extra students through a partnership with the Y. So we've got some extra students that are available to do that kind of work. Yes, they're not experts, they're not horticulturalists, but we need worker bees to clean these pieces of properties up. Then we'll get a better sense of the inventory. I am very hesitant to just close parks, especially when they will contribute to the beautification of all of our communities. And I think we have a responsibility to clean them up, take a new inventory, and bring that back to council, say this is what it would look like if we had this much budget. And if council doesn't see that that's what we should be doing, then council's helping us to clean that inventory, or to deal with the inventory. But at this point, we were really hoping and proposing that this summer we have able-bodied students that are prepared to help with the cleanup, and at least that's one step toward the beautification that we'd like to achieve, particularly in time for homecoming, but then moving forward as we improve West Grey in general.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Councillor Shea and Councillor Townsend, I'll wait till I have first time speakers I'll address. I was going to acknowledge that you had your hand up and whether that was your hand that needed to be put down or not. Anyway, I'm not going to talk any further on that. Right over to Councillor Shea.
Thank you. And I recognize that staff is kind of between a rock and a hard place here. You've done the work, you know what needs to be done. We haven't allocated enough budget for it, and yet we're demanding, along with lots of citizens whose input we heard tonight, improvements that go beyond what we're actually equipped to do. The idea of hiring a horticulturalist or even a consultant who would come in and do a week's work and give us a bill for that work and say, here's a plan that you can use for the next 3 years going forward with your own internal staff or something. I think that we do need to sort of have a big picture view of this. I agree with lots of what has been said. If we need to close some, we need to close them. The ones that really stand out for me, and now we're just getting into pet peeve territory, is the tennis garden courts in Durham, which everybody has identified as a disaster. And the recommendation is to turn it into a parking lot. That doesn't seem like a solution. Personally, I would rather leave it as a disaster until we have a plan that's not a parking lot. Parking lot is going backwards, if you ask me. I would love to see like an orchard planted there, 20 fruit trees, for example. But is the soil to support it? I don't know. I think I mentioned to Director Hewlett the idea of decommissioning some of these flower beds and putting in seed, and I think he thought we were talking about grass seed, but maybe we could look at some other sort of ground cover like clover that doesn't need as much maintenance. So the tennis club gardens in Durham which you see if you're coming in from that direction, you see them even more prominently than the sign, should be in my mind a major priority. And the other one I wanted to mention, and somebody commented on the number of references to mulch in this garden, is the entrance to the Durham Arena. We've got a garden that's about 100 square feet, no, bigger than that, 150 square feet. And it's every inch of it is black mulch. There's not a single plant growing in that garden. And to me, it looks like it's just a pad of asphalt. So why don't we take that mulch out and put in ground cover? The idea that we're just going to go through and take out the weeds, which are the few plants that are growing in these gardens, and put a new coat of mulch on, and all we're going to see is a field of black tar-like chips, is not very heartening. So, you know, I know, as I said, I know staff is trying to make this happen. Anything you can do to improve the situation will be great. You know, if you're going to have a day when we all have to go out with shovels, sign me up. I know we don't like the volunteer approach, but volunteers have done an immense amount for this community over the decades, and, you know, may again someday. I wouldn't lose sight and confidence in volunteers entirely, just because of some, you know, recent memories. But I guess I just want to give a pep talk to staff to say, good for you. Let's get this done as best you can. And, you know, anything we can do to make it easier for you to do it even a little bit better, I'd be happy to sort of fight for that and struggle to make your jobs more productive. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for first-time speakers before I go to Councillor Townsend. Anybody? Deputy Mayor, did you have your hand up or not?
Not for this round right now, thank you.
Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, staff, for bringing the report forward. And I do see, I'm hearing what staff are saying. This is first we clean up, and then we can delve deeper into more beautification. That's what I'm hearing. It's mid-June. If we were to send this report back, we wouldn't get a report now till August. Like, I think it makes a lot of sense that our students that we have working with us, they're going to be sent out as worker bees. They're going to clean up the gardens that we do have. And then I'm gathering from staff that in a few months' time, they'll be coming back with a plan that will require some funding for operations, funding for capital. And at that point, council can support that plan. So maybe I'm just checking in with our CAO. I noticed in the parks plan, number 3 says, make recommendations for parks and garden status moving forward. I think I'd have some more comfort if there was a timeline attached to that, if that could perhaps come to council in early fall so that we could move that forward quickly, so that we could have lots of improvements in time for next summer. But could I just check in with our CAO about a timeline as in terms of next step for the plan? Thank you.
Madam CAO.
Yes, thank you, through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hamilton. That's exactly the timeline, and I apologize. We should have included that in that bullet point. You know, our students will be leaving mid-August for many of them that are going to university, so that gives us time to put together something to bring to council in September as a seasonal wrap-up of how the summer went.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and I like this idea of perhaps contracting expertise or like a garden designer perhaps that could help us, and then we would just implement the plan, right? And again, that would have a budget impact. And also I heard a concern from council about, it is pretty vague what a budget variance would be. Could our CEO provide, I heard a councillor say, we don't want to write a blank check, and I get that. So could our CEO please give us an idea of what the budget variance could be based on this current work plan? Thank you.
Madam CAO.
Oh, sorry, my hand's up. Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. And I know that we've had some conversations in the office. I'm not expecting a huge variance, but we will need to put some thought to a permanent budget to continue this kind of work. You know, we're fortunate to rely on students this year, but you know, I think we need to develop a proper parks program that is properly staffed. Our director of finance is here, I still believe. Well, there's a lot of people. Yeah, she is, and she's given some thought to what that could look like. I don't know if if you have a figure in mind, or if we just kind of need to. Some of this can be absorbed in the current public works budget as well. So we're, you know, what we bring back would be what a parks program could look like for council's consideration. But if I may, Madam Mayor, perhaps our director has more information.
Certainly, Director Mighton, please.
Yep, and I think part of it'll be as we do our mid-year variance report, and then our third way through, and then sort of as we get closer to year end, as we do our next 3 variance reports, we'll have a better idea as we start broaching, and if we need to start mitigating anything, or what does it look like. So we'll have a better idea as we do that. Sort of the first one will be that mid-year variance reporting. And then we'll do another one after that next quarter, which will have the largest part of it, but we'll keep our eye on it as we're going through and see what it really looks like to try to maintain all of these.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Townsend then.
Thank you very much. I want to correct, first of all, the first misconception. I was not suggesting closing parks. I was suggesting individual small gardens, those type of things. I would not ever do that. That's a totally different aspect of a project, not which I think you were including in the scope. So I did not mean to increase the scope. The second thing is if we have trouble finding money, either through changing priorities by staff, and if you need to come to council to say, can I do that? That's fine. If you can't find it in reserves, then at the end of the year, we're going to say we've got a mortgage, if you will, for next year that we have to pay off, right? And so if you're having trouble with that, then the problem is we are going to have the problem for sure. The blank check comment wasn't meant to say it's 50, 100,000 or something like that, but the trick is it's an unknown, and unless you know. So if staff can come back and say, we think we can do it for 5,000, is that a big deal to say that's fine? I'm sure somewhere along the line, we will find a surplus at the end of the year of $5,000 that we can cover it off, and that's how we're going to fund it, but not next year. And I think the other thing is the large picture of where you're going and how you're going to get there has got to be there to make sure it's right. And my last point was, I did not say I don't like volunteers. What I said is we can't have a volunteer program like last time, or volunteers last time, unless we have it as a formal program, which means we manage them, there's follow-up, there's oversight. And it got to the point where I think the last committee that was looking at these were basically working independently from council. They reported, but they basically ran the whole show. There wasn't much that I saw that they came back to council for. So I'd like to see if we're going to use volunteers as a formal program with proper staff oversight. And that's an option I think staff can look at when they come back in the fall to say, here's how we want to look in the future, right? So I just wanted to clarify those points, but also emphasize we cannot just take money from the future.
Thank you for the clarification, Councillor Hutchinson. And then I'm going to make a comment. So Deputy Mayor, be prepared. I'd like you to, I'm going to transfer the chair and then you can finish off the item through to the vote, please. So with that, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, so going back to the plan, I think it's great that we have a plan. At least we got to start somewhere. And I think by cleaning up the gardens, that's a good start. And I'm like Councillor Shea, I'm willing to, go out there with my shovel, my rake, and my gloves and help out wherever needed. I think in the real world, we need a staff who's dedicated to parks. It would be ideally if we had someone who, for the summer, that's their job. They went around and they oversaw the parks and they planned and they weeded and maybe had a summer student under their arm. That would be ideal. And maybe we'll get there someday. I don't know, but I think that would really help to solve some of the problems given the enormity of our municipality. So anyways, like I say, I will support this. We have a plan. We do need to throw some money at it, and I would like to see if we can get some professional consultation involved, that would be great too. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Director Schwinski, do you have a comment? Your hand is up.
Yes, Your Worship. Thank you. And I just definitely just wanted to echo Councillor Hutchinson's comments. As mentioned in the report, I mean, in the 2021 budget, there were a lot of different pressures that council was up against, and essentially this plan here is like others have mentioned as well, is to clean up what we have. And if council wishes for us to seek some professional horticultural consultation on these so that we're moving forward in the right direction with what council wants, and by all means we'll operationalize your decisions. But I just wanted to make mention of that there is a small scope of work beside each one as to what we were going to do this year to kind of clean it up and make it look better. I've been around to some of these gardens already, and there's definitely things that we can do this year to make it look better.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that, we've had first time and second time speakers. I'm going to now ask the deputy mayor to take the chair because I'd like to comment. All right.
Yeah, I'll assume the chair, and I just want clarity, Mayor Robinson, before you transfer. According to I believe everyone has a first and a second go for speaking. Okay, thank you. Go
That's
ahead,
right.
Go ahead, Mayor Robinson.
I would hope that the vote would be called after I speak. And then I'd want to look to council for whether they're going to consider to go beyond 10 as a vote. But that we'll deal with that later. So I want to say that this community, the Durham community, Ayton, Newstead, Elmwood, Normanby, I think I've covered Glen Elg. We all have pride. We have pride in our community where we live, and then as a whole for West Grey. And we certainly need to be action oriented on our parks. We have pride in what our community looks like. We've heard a lot of dialogue tonight, but I'm certain that members of council have also heard from our citizens outside of this council meeting in terms of the state of our parks. They need attention. I appreciate this this report and this strategy to move forward in terms of cleanup. That hands down, in my opinion, is important, that we have cleanup of our parks. And that is really an important part of keeping our community clean and maintaining the pride in our community. So I see this as a step one in addressing the parks. We've got other considerations for what we're going to do with the park at the tennis court, the garden, the tulip garden issue. I mean, we've got the inventory here that staff have been detailed in terms of what needs to take place. But first step is to clean our parks and bring back that pride. Certainly when you're driving into our community and seeing that our parks are not well manicured, that's an issue. And we've heard from a number of citizens that have provided expert opinion and are imploring us to deal with that. I see this report as proactive and reactive. That's good, but we need to get going on it. And I see this as moving forward. Certainly getting an expert in to provide some direction, a blueprint that we can move forward in terms of the big picture. Absolutely. We have to keep our eye on the most immediate attention, which is homecoming, but that does not in any way lessen the importance that we have in our Ayton and Newstead, Elmwood, Glen Elg communities that need the attention. So let's get moving on this project and clean up West Grey for our parks, bring back a lovely, beautiful look to our community. And I see this as step one. And then we've got additional work ahead of us. And we've got experts in the community that can provide some guidance or suggestions. But I think overall, we should look at an expert in horticulture that could help us. Food for thought and considerations moving forward. But I would encourage members of council to support this. But as we've heard, this is only, as one citizen has put this, a Band-Aid solution, and I accept that, but we need to move on the action to get our community looking beautiful. I thank you for your time. Back to you, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Robinson. And just Councillor Hutchinson, your hand is still up, just so you know. I believe everyone has a first time and second time speaking, and I have it recorded as moved by Councillor Shea and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. And I'll refer to the clerk just to reread the recommendation, and we'll call the vote, please.
Point of order.
Yes, go ahead.
It was moved by Councillor Shea, seconded by Councillor Hamilton.
I apologize. Okay, there you go. So I apologize, Councillor Hamilton. Again, if I could have Clerk Sherwood just read the recommendation, and then we'll call the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the recommendation is that council receive the West Grey Parks and Gardens Plan for information, and that council authorize staff to proceed with the Parks and Garden Plan for 2021, recognizing a potential budget variance to complete the plan.
Thank you, Clerk Sherwood. Call the vote. All those in favor, if you can signify by raising your hand, please. I show 5 members of council in favor. Those opposed? 1 opposed. The vote is 5 to 1. That motion is carried. And I will be passing the chair back to Mayor Robinson now.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I am taking the chair back. Now, recognizing we have more on the agenda, I'm just looking to members of council. Our meeting would go to 10 o'clock as per our procedural bylaw, but there is a consideration if council moves a motion that is duly passed to go to the point of 10:30. So is there any consideration at this point? But I'd certainly, if there is a consideration, that it be addressed before the 10 o'clock time, because that is our hard stop, and any item that has not been fully addressed will be put over under unfinished business at the next agenda. There's bylaws that we definitely, I would suggest members of council that we get through. So is there any motion at this time to go to 10:30? And Clerk Sharback, is that positioned properly in the language for the procedural bylaw?
Through your worship, do you mean to proceed past curfew?
Yes, proceed past curfew, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any consideration of a mover and seconder for this at this time or not? I want to facilitate our meeting as best as possible, as we all do. Councillor Townsend.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I would move that motion. I think if we don't, we're going to have an issue going forward again for workload on the next meeting.
Okay, so your motion is to go beyond curfew to 10:30. And is
Yes.
there a seconder for this? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this?
Yes, Councillor Hutchinson, I second that.
Clerk Sherbeck, could you read the motion so we're clear? And then I'll call the vote.
Through your worship, moved by Councillor Townsend, and I believe it was seconded by Councillor Hutchinson,
Yes.
that council proceeds past curfew to 10:30 p.m. to address remaining matters on the agenda.
Okay. Any questions? Call the vote then. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 members of council have voted in favor. The motion carried. Thank you. That gives us, I believe, ample time to finish our agenda. Here we go. Item 11.2, Director of Finance and Treasurer. 11.2.1, Water and Sewer Rates Update. Clerk Sharbeck, to the recommendation, please.
Through your worship,
I know you're working on many screens.
just switching screens here.
Certainly.
Sorry. The recommendation is that council receives the fees and charges update report for information, and the council recommends a bylaw be prepared to adopt the updated water sewer rates for the next agenda.
Would there be a mover for this motion? There's no mover. Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Hutchinson, yes, I move the motion.
Okay, then, is there a seconder for this motion? All right, all right, Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding this motion? Thank you. I'm looking to Director Mighton for a presentation, please.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. We're looking at increasing some fees on the water and sewer systems, both in Durham and Newstead. The operations are starting to fall behind what it's costing, so we're looking at adding a small cost of living adjustment on there, and then also the connection fees. Their systems are facing some significant capital costs, so in order to help with some funding for that. We're also looking at increasing the capital connection fees. So unless there's any changes, that these will be prepared in a bylaw for the next council meeting.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Shay?
Thank you, Director Mighton. So is it common to have 2 rate increases scheduled in 1 year? That seems unintuitive to me. Am I reading this correctly?
Director Mighton?
So we're looking at increase in 2021 and then another adjustment in January of 2022.
And those are just a couple of months apart, right?
So the third and fourth quarters, there'd be 6 months at one rate, and then we would have the next rate change for the full year of 2022.
And can you tell me when the last increase was?
2016.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so we've fallen a bit behind. We are looking at also budgeting in 2022 for a consultant to complete a full review of the fees and charges, including capital requirements in there. So this would be to help tie us over. So then by the end of 2022, we would have that report from a consultant with any recommendations to consider going forward.
Would there be any merit, sorry, through your worship, would there be any merit in merging these 2 increases so that the users don't see 3 increases in 18 months? Like maybe just putting the latter rate in and having it become effective 3rd quarter of 2021 and just, tear off the Band-Aid and remind people that there hasn't been a rate increase in 2016?
Yep, sure. If that's council's wish, we can do it that way as well, and just do it the one increase for that 2022 rate. Just doing it effective for that 2021 3rd quarter. That would be fine as well if that's the wish of council.
I'm just spitballing here, so thank you for hearing me out. I'll leave it to my colleagues to comment.
Thank you, Councillor Shay. Councillor Hutchinson and then Councillor Townsend.
Yeah, I'm just Councillor Hutchinson. I'm just a little concerned with the Durham Water and Newstead Water sewer connection charge. The big increases there, like we're going from $600 to $2,000. And 300 and for multi 300 to 1,000. Can you explain that, Director Mighton? I'm not sure why so big a jump.
Yep, so we are looking in the Durham system. There's probably about a 3-phase development or increase in Durham Road East water sewer lines that is going to need to be completed. We're assessing whether the need of additional water supply may be needed, or any treatment, sewer treatment, and the water tower. Each of these projects is millions of dollars, and so it will be, we have some borrowing capacity on the systems that will be expiring in 2022 and 2023. So there's some room freed up, but we also need some upfront funding to help offset that borrowing costs as well, so that the system can continue to support the capital costs that it's facing.
So, our development, our developer, when they build houses in there, they're not charged this connection charge until they're actually connected to the system, right? We don't have any agreement in our plan of subdivision that says this is the rate that you're going to be charged for the first 500 houses or 50 houses or whatever. Well, it's when they connect that they pay this fee, right?
Right. It's the individual homes that, as they connect, would pay the connection fees. Yeah.
Right. So when we did discuss our development charges, that was one places that I think I raised the issue that some municipalities have a water and sewer charge attached to their development charges, so to cover this infrastructure. We don't have that, and I always thought that made sense to really, but something we probably should have in there, because they're the ones that are forcing us to create bigger and better and infrastructure, right? Because we're adding on. So we didn't do that. And so now I guess we're making up by doing it this way. I'm just a little concerned that it's going to hopefully upset our developers, that now all of a sudden they have a big jump in every, for $1,400 for a connection. So I think we'll probably hear about it. Yeah. Okay, I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have similar concerns about the magnitude. I'm wondering, have we had a discussion with those folks that are going to have connections about potentially passing some of that cost on to the development charge? And I don't mean that function, but I mean to the cost of building. And what do our neighbors do around us? Do we know that? And I'm more interested in the second question first, to find out, are we actually pushing people to another municipality?
Director Mighton?
Yes, I did look at several. I don't have those with me here at the moment. Some of them were $3,200 for a connection fee. Some have development charges for water sewer services. It's kind of varied when you start looking at them, but we're not out of the ballpark in several of that. But it really comes down to what our system is facing, and the system needs to fund itself. So we will have that reviewed in 2022, but I would anticipate that it will say that the charge could be even higher, similar to when you found out your development charges could be much higher than what you were at. I expect the water sewer system will, once we finish that review, will be the needs will be much greater than what we're at right now.
Okay, that's interesting. I understand the challenge, I really do, because for asset management, you want to have the right dollars available, to keep it going and growing as your development does. So I do appreciate that. The other concern I have, particularly where it hits the homeowner, is we're doing this in a year with COVID. Again, we've had concerns about that. We've talked about, the impact and the difficulty people may have. And again, I'm concerned we may be doing that. Whether we do one or two step, to me, it's when you're getting into the 5-6% on some of these charges, that can be seen as pretty heavy for some people. And I guess most importantly to me is that when we go through the budget, the one thing we do is we spend our time looking at the impact on sort of what's required, and then the impact of what can we afford on our residents. But rates are never in there because they cover themselves. What we charge, we recover, so it's self-recovery. So we really don't need to look at that. I think this demonstrates we do need to look at that as part of it, because if we're going to put a 5% increase on water, and then we're going to put a 3.5% on tax, that's not just 3.5%. It's a much larger impact. And I think we need to look at that as a whole. So my intent is to see if I can arrange some time with staff through the CAO and actually come back with a notice of motion to address that gap. So I'm not obviously proposing anything tonight other than saying that at some point in the future, I will bring something forward as it relates to how we deal with rated items that are self-recovering and even services through the budget cycle. I don't know how you feel about that, Director Mighton, or whether you even have a comment at this time, but that's my feeling. I'm not sure what to do, to be honest, to change it. And if there's anything that you can suggest that without putting us at risk would mean that we phase it in even differently than what you've got now, particularly if you've got another big one coming later. So I'll put that out there and allow you to respond as appropriate.
Certainly. Do you have a comment on this, Director Mighton?
As indicated in 2022, we will be.
Oh, that's not the best juncture to use
Where
connection or
systems at.
Oh, excuse me, Director Mighton, would you be able to start again? Your video froze.
Oh, yep, not a problem. In 2022, we'll have a consultant, we'll engage to do that full review so that you can see where your system's at, where it's fallen behind. We were hoping to have rates adjusted last year, but again, with COVID, we kind of got sidetracked a bit and didn't get that completed, and also sensitivity for that. But the systems do need to be self-funded, and they are starting to fall behind. So it is something that needs to be addressed. If we want to phase it in a bit more, that's entirely council's decision, but it has started to slip and run a deficit that needs to be funded eventually.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, that would be my suggestion, is that maybe we should look at phasing this in. I'm just thinking, because of, it doesn't seem fair that we have this development going on and all of a sudden, you know, and we're a lot of building going on, all of a sudden we're slapping an extra fee. Like, to me, it would make sense if we say, even if we doubled it, so we went from 600 to 1,200 by third quarter, by 1,800 by January 1st. Just some way of phasing it in so you're not making that big jump all at once, and sort of breaking it in easily to our developers and our builders and that. So that would be my suggestion. Maybe we phase that connection charge in.
Director Mighton, anything?
Yep, keeping in mind that this Durham Road 3-phase will probably need to be completed by 2023 or 2024. So we need these funds. These projects are happening now. They're gearing up. We're doing the first phase, second phase, third phase. These need to be done, and they need to be done in order for these developments to continue to progress as well. So delaying it may delay ability to fund a project, is the risk that we take. I'm just looking for your direction, how you want the bylaw developed for next council meeting.
If I may just add one more, though.
Yep.
My understanding, when we started this development, we looked at our capacity for our infrastructure and we said that we had enough, that we were okay. And now we're saying we don't have enough, that we're going to have more money to expand it. So I think that's a mixed message, is it not? Like, it said that we were okay for what we had planned for development.
Anything to add there, Director Mighton?
Knowing that we need to increase the size of the lines that this development runs into, that work needs to be done on the road. All this draining into our lines, if they're undersized, needs to be upgraded. So that's, you know, we knew that needed to happen. We started it with Bruce Street, fixed up some of the bottlenecks and the realignment of Bruce Street and the underground. When we did that, the next phase is the hill on Durham Road West. And then after that, there's 2 phases on Durham Road East that will need to be addressed in order to handle the capacity that's being brought forward in those lines. Yeah.
I agree, and I questioned that some time ago, and I sort of was understanding that we're okay, that down the road we're gonna have to do something. To me, it would have made more sense if we had started back in 2016 and started increasing our rates at that time, knowing that we're going to need additional infrastructure, you know, rather than leaving it to 2021, all of a sudden, boom, we're starting to hit them. So yeah.
I 100% agree. We should have done this in 2016. You're right. 100% agree.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Councillor Hutchinson. I do see our planner's hand up. I wanted to acknowledge that because we have been dealing with, I guess, development in here and infrastructure. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate that staff has been looking very closely at the infrastructure and our capacity components. And that is a constant, regardless of the current development at hand. It's an overall approach that the municipality is looking at from a staff perspective, not just Durham, but also the secondary settlement area, a primary settlement area of Newstat. So that's something that we look at all the time. and we can't predict when the applications come to the table. So ultimately, we need to be looking at a long-term plan overall, and that's what staff is undertaking to do so. And so it might seem like a very jarring approach that something hasn't changed from 2016, and that's just something in the case of the current environment, but we're looking to look forward and have a long-term plan, and we're in the process of trying to achieve that.
Thank you for your comments. I'm sure I saw Councillor Hamilton, and then perhaps we would call the vote on the question. I think everybody had an opportunity to speak, if I'm not mistaken. Please go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Well, thank you, Mayor Robinson, and enjoyed the conversation. And yeah, I think I've come back to this is what it costs. And I'm hearing our directors say, actually, it's probably going to cost a little bit more, and we'll know better once we have the study done. And so it's just about covering our costs. And I think this is very reasonable. And when you look at the, if you're building a $500,000 home and your increase here $1,400, that's very little. It's going to be absorbed by the whole house. And there's always variables in building houses, whether it's lumber or supplies. So I think this is very reasonable. My only suggestion, it sounds like the director was open to it, but just to make the amendment that Councillor Shea suggested, which was to just have the one, one increase, like the complete increase effective the third quarter. But I would just double check with the director that that's okay, that fits well. And if so, I'd just be looking for some help with the wording, and I would make that amendment. Thank you.
Director Mighton, please.
Yep, with the, we can just do the rates. I'm not sure on the wording, but if you want to go straight to the fully phased rates effective for the third quarter of 2021, that should catch it, maybe, if that's the intention.
Clerk Sharbuck, are you okay to assist with the language? And look, members of council, I'm just letting you know it's 10:06 and just bringing that to your attention. We will have to do a hard stop at 10:30. That's not to preempt any discussion on any of the items, but a fact. Thank you. Clerk Sharbuck, could you assist with some procedural language as well?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, I'll just confirm with our Director of Finance that the motion to receive the report and proceed regarding the water and sewer rates be amended to include that the bylaw be prepared to move to the full recommended rate. Is that
okay, Director Mighton, for language? Thank you. Effective
third quarter 21.
Third quarter 2021.
Okay, Director Mighton is fine. As the mover, I'm suggesting, Councillor Hamilton, you would be the mover for this?
Yes, thank you.
Is there a seconder then? Councillor Shea, are you seconding this amendment?
Yes, and I wanted to ask the mover if the motion could include the phrase eliminating the need for 2 increases within 1 year.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton, or not okay?
Yep, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, so back to Clerk Sharbuck at the appropriate time. Could you please read the motion? Amending motion, please.
Through you, Your Worship, moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Shea, that the motion to receive the report regarding water and sewer rates be amended to include that the bylaw be prepared to move to the full recommended rate effective the third quarter of 2021, thus eliminating the need for 2 increases in 1 year. Is that okay?
Is that okay for both mover and seconder? Okay. And great discussion then. All those in favor indicate by raising your hand. 6 members of council voted in favor. The motion carried. To the main motion, Clerk Sharbuck.
So through you, Your Worship, let me just get back to the main motion here.
Thank you.
That council receives the fees and charges update report for information, and the council recommends a bylaw be prepared to adopt the updated water sewer rates for the next agenda. And council directs that the bylaw be prepared to move to the full recommended rate effective the third quarter of 2021, thus eliminating the need for 2 increases in 1 year.
And that was moved by Councillor Hutchinson, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. On my notes here, a full discussion already. I think I'll call the vote. I'm not seeing any indication of anything else. All those in favor indicate by raising your hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. We're moving on to staff report 11.3, Manager of Planning and Development. 11.3.1, Z03-2021, Russell update. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation.
Your worship, the recommendation is that council receive Planner Spencer's updated report regarding Z03-2021 and consider the comments received and provide and consider the bylaw in the bylaw section of the agenda.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, is that your hand up? I'm not certain.
Sorry, yes, it is, and I will move that motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding?
Councillor Hutchinson, yes, I second the motion.
Thank you. Planner Spencer, your presentation, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. This is an application that did have a public meeting previously before this council with respect to the construction of a second dwelling unit on the property. Comments have been received from the County of Grey with respect to no concerns other than the application of a 50-meter distance from the original farm parcel cluster, as they would speak. In this case, the topography of the subject lands does not permit them to be able to create the farm fields necessary to operate the farm properly and construct the second dwelling unit. Planning staff have no concerns with respect to the application moving forward at the will of council. The policies of the provincial policy statement and the county official plan have generally been met. There is no further concern with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment at hand. However, planning staff would say there should be a caveat with respect to the fact that we would enjoy to have a site plan agreement put into place to ensure that the situation is rectified to the point that we understand that this will not be severed in future as a site plan approval agreement, and that is at the discretion of council. I have no further questions, concerns, and I'm happy to clarify anything else that council may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Planner Spencer. Questions starting with Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, since we had this previously, did we have any comments from Soggy Valley Conservation Authority on this applicant?
Planner Spencer.
Thank you. And through you, your worship, we did not. And if you look at the zoning of the property, there is not a lot of hazard land that is associated with the location of the property. The Soggy Valley Conservation Authority did not comment. The county did have only the concerns with respect to the distance from the farm cluster, so to speak. Planning staff from this perspective have no concerns and feel that approval of the application is justified from this component. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other member of council. So all those in favor indicate by raising your hand.
Question, Mayor. Sorry.
Well, what is it? Because I did address questions and I'm calling the vote. So what is your concern? Quickly, please, Councillor, with all due respect.
Did our planner not suggest that we should have a condition in the motion about severance? Is that in there? About future severance?
That is not in the motion at hand.
If I may, Madam Mayor, through you,
Yes.
your worship, I will clarify that I would expect through courtesy site plan control, we cannot restrict further severances other than doing an official plan amendment. And I don't feel that's appropriate in this case to do so. I do feel that and there's demonstration of the intent and purpose and site plan control and a site plan agreement registered on title, which does not necessarily have to go through the zoning bylaw amendment process and be a specific provision, unless that is the will of council to do so. I do believe we can come to an agreement to understand and have that registered on title, regardless of the zoning bylaw amendment at hand. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Councillor?
Don't need it this time, I guess, is the way I understand it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And thank you for raising your question because we want clarity prior to vote. So appreciate that you had a concern that needed to be addressed. All those in favor on the motion, please indicate by raising your hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. That motion has carried. On item 12, members of council, questions. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any. Yes, I am. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I forwarded a piece of correspondence on Bill C-21, and unfortunately it was too late to get onto the agenda. But again, it was around the handgun control legislation from the federal government and how it will impact the municipality from a enforcement, declaring whether they want to go handgun free or not, et cetera, and even to the point of enforcement with funds. So I'm wondering if that will show up on the next agenda, and that's a question to the clerk, please.
Clerk Scharbeck, but I think Councillor, that could have been addressed offline as well. But Clerk Scharbeck, do you have a comment right now?
Through your worship, I don't really have a comment. I can include it in the next correspondence report out to council.
Okay.
And we could include it for information purposes.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, would you please connect with Clerk Scharbeck on this matter then?
Yes, I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Are there any further questions, members of council? All right. We'll proceed to the bylaws. Bylaw 13.1, bylaw 35-2021, zoning amendment. Russell. Clerk Scharbeck to the motion, to the recommendation, please.
Through your worship, the recommendation is that bylaw number 35-2021, being a bylaw to amend West Grey zoning bylaw number 37-2006, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Would there be a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? I'm not seeing a seconder. Okay, Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I will second the motion.
Would there be any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with the raised hand then. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. 13.2, bylaw 48-2021, transfer payment agreement with Grey Highlands for Boundary Road paving. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation.
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that bylaw 48-2021, being a bylaw to authorize a transfer payment agreement with the Municipality of Grey Highlands, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Would there be a mover for this motion? Councillor Shea, is that you?
I'll move that motion.
Thank you. And Councillor Hamilton, did I see your hand up to second?
Yes, thank you.
Would there be any questions with regard to this motion? Seeing none then, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. This motion is carried. 13.3, bylaw 49-2021, zoning amendment, DJ Land Developments Limited. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation.
Through your worship, earlier in our public meeting, it was recommended that site plan control be included. So I'm just wondering if it's council's wish to include that in this resolution that we adopted as amended. I'll read it as such. I'm seeing nods.
Yes, please.
That bylaw 49-2021, being a bylaw to amend West Grey zoning bylaw number 37-2006, as amended by adding that these lands shall be subject to site plan control to the enactment section, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Would there be a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding?
Councillor Hutchinson, yes, I second that.
Are there questions? Okay. All those in favor then indicate with a raised hand. The 6 members of council have voted in favor. That motion carried. Thank you. I was just checking, Councillor Shea, if you had a raised hand. So that's why I kind of went over to the screen. Thank you. 13.4 is bylaw 50-2021, confirming. Clerk Sharbeck to the motion, please.
Through you, the recommendation is that bylaw 50-2021, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Would there be a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, I move.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Townsend?
I will second that motion, Councillor Townsend.
Any questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. That motion has carried. Under item 14, new business, 14.1, notice of motion training. Councillor Hamilton, this is your notice of motion. Would you care to read it?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Whereas in July 2020, the Council of the Municipality of West Grey made a commitment to, quote, actively work towards anti-racism and anti-oppression at every opportunity, beginning with annual training for council, committee, and employees for anti-racism, anti-oppression, diversity and inclusion in the history of Aboriginal peoples. And whereas the report by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada contains calls to action, several which are actionable by local governments, including Call 57. We call upon federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments to provide education to public servants on the history of Aboriginal peoples, including the history and legacy of residential schools, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, treaties and Aboriginal rights, Indigenous law, and Aboriginal Crown relations. This will require skills-based training in intercultural competency, conflict resolution, human rights, and anti-racism. Therefore, be it resolved that the 2021 annual training program include education on the history of Indigenous people. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
I'll second the motion.
Are there any comments, questions? Seeing none? Oh, yes. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I'm sort of coming from the same wavelength as one of our public mentioned, that I really don't think that this is part of what our job is about in terms of training. I understand, racism is a big thing, and there's definitely some issues out there. But as far as us taking time,
comment when I didn't hear that.
Sure, us taking time to take training on this, I really don't think this is the place. We have a lot of things on our plate, and I really don't think that we need to spend the time. We can do this. There's lots of opportunities through AMO and FCM and whatnot. They're offering different courses if people want to get involved. So I really don't think that it's something that we should be spending our time on during council or during our time together. You can do that on your own without having to do it as a council. So I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, please, Councillor Townsend, I just want to alert 10:23 is the time frame. It's what I need to do as chair. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'll be very quick. I support the comments that Councillor Hutchinson spoke to. We have had anti-racism training already as a group. And if there's anything else we want to pursue, we can do that individually. I agree. I'd rather spend our time together on the activities that we seem to struggle to get through just because of time and resources. So I will not be supporting it either. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Councillor Hamilton.
Well, thank you, Mayor Robinson. So just to remind council that this is a commitment we made last year, that we would have annual training for council and committee members and employees. And so we've made that commitment, but it was a very broad commitment. And so this motion is providing some focus for this year's training. And that focus is on the history of Indigenous people. And it very much is within the scope of our municipal government, as you can see from one of the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. So I know we're in our own personal time, we're all making our own effort to learn about history that many of us weren't taught at school when we were younger, but there's definitely a lot of value in doing so as an organization and having a shared learning experience together as we make our way through Truth and Reconciliation. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anyone else. Oh, yes, I am. Councillor Shea.
Thank you. Briefly, we all try to keep up on the progress or lack of progress around issues like this, and we're all doing as good a job as we possibly can. I did take some training like this over the last couple of years and was shocked by how blinkered I was and how little I actually knew. So I think everyone's going to really benefit from this, and that's why I'm supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Councillor Townsend, I'm just guessing that your hand has not been down from your statement. So thank you for that. I'm not seeing anybody else wishing to speak. So all those in favor of the motion at hand indicate by a raised hand. 2, 3. 3 members of council voted in favor. All those opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. That is a tie vote. The motion has lost. Moving on to item 15, announcements. Are there any announcements? Thank you, members of council. 16, closed session, that is an NA. 17, report from closed session, that is an NA. On item 18, the adjournment. Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the recommendation?
To your worship, the recommendation is that we do now adjourn at 10:26 p.m. to meet again on July 6th at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair.
Is there a mover for this motion? On the adjournment, Deputy Mayor, are you moving the motion?
Yep, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll move the motion.
Seconder for the motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm seconding.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council voted in favor. The motion is carried. I do want to mention, I know our meeting is over, but I do want to mention that at the beginning of the meeting, as always, I identify that all members are present. We have a quorum. We have 6 active members of council. We have 1 member of council that is on leave. That is a fact. And we have 6 active members. So that is a full, all members of council are present. And I just wanted to have that clarified. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate all the dialogue. Thank you and have a good evening.
Night now. Good night, everyone. Bye.